Good morning and welcome to the 2022 Plymouth County Swine Show. While you're waiting for the show to start, Iowa State Bank has lots of donuts and juice and coffee back there behind the show ring. Make sure you grab some. Now entering the ring is Class 1 underweight market swine. Kaylin Keegan with the Lucky Liberty Lopers, Greta Harper with the Lucky Liberty Lopers, Kinley Keegan with the Lucky Liberty Lopers, Delaney Walrod with the Johnson Juniors, Brody Vanderloo with the Grant Clever Clovers, Keelan Stanton with the Grant Little Giants, and Gracie Schrader with the Union Vikings.
Well, good morning. It is good to be here in Plymouth County, and I appreciate the opportunity to work through your market show today. It looks like we've got quite a few head today, but we do have a nice day to do it. So we'll try to do this efficiently, but we'll also try to make sure we give each of these young individuals a chance to let them know why they're getting placed where they are and what some of the things about their project we like and we'd like to change. And I'll try to do that individually with each of them as we pin them up, and then we'll talk about them on the mic here as well. So that said, we've got in our first class, these are pigs that didn't quite make the weight requirement. But I think we've got a really nice gilt to go ahead and start the class with. Young lady's off-belted gilt here is one that really excels the class in terms of being just the stoutest featured and the heaviest muscle. She's really got a lot of shape and expression of muscle down her top. She's really wide at her pins and really thick all the way through. You watch her come at you. She's wide at the ground. She's heavy structured, and she's still lean. She's still a high cutability kind of a gilt. And I think the kind that, from a market standpoint, just overpowers the class in terms of that combination of muscle and stoutness. We'd certainly like to fix her on her rear legs just a little bit, maybe fix her up right behind her blade and make her a little bit bolder right in her forerib, and again, square up on those rear two just a little bit. But that's a nice gilt to go ahead and start the class. Young man's spotted up gilt are on the far side, or barrow on the along the rail there is going to be second. He's one that's real similar to the gilt that starts. He's stout in his feature. A barrow that's got a fairly productive look, even if he didn't quite make the weight, but a barrow that just doesn't have quite as much lean shape down his top. A barrow that isn't quite as clean and shapely and expression of muscle, but he's still as wide at the ground. He's still one that's got enough stoutness of feature. Again, we'd like to loosen him up, give him a little more shape to like him a little better, but congratulations to this young man at second. Third, we got the kind of the red gilt, red and white gilt here. Gilt that's got is very high cutability gilt. She's really lean and down her top. She's a bigger scaled kind of a gilt, just not near the width or power or center body that the pigs above him, not quite the heaviness of structure, but this is a really high cutability gilt to stand in third. So nice job by this young man. A little bigger hog comes out next in terms of being a big frame, long-bodied, extended one. One, again, that we just need to stouten up and put a little bit more muscle in this one, maybe loosen this one up as feature, but we do like the cutability that gilt presents to us. Young lady coming out with a little bigger barrow, probably what appears to be one of the heavier barrows in this drive. One that's really long and extended. Barrow that's just like to, and he's probably a little bit more comfortable on his feet and legs than a couple of them up above him. We just like to give him a little bit more width of muscle, change him right behind his shoulder, how he kind of breaks up in his top a little bit. But again, another one that's fairly high cutability. Another one that's a little bigger in terms of size and scale is this big white barrow big white barrow coming out next. One that's just a little straighter made, a little harder moving. Doesn't show you quite the evidence of muscle shape down his top as maybe some of them, but still a barrow that's got some extra size and extra length and extra extension. Then the young lady rounding out the class has got one that's big in its kind, that's fairly free of fat and fairly lean, a fairly high cutability pig, but one that's a little frail in its makeup, one's a little straighter, not quite as much muscle expression. So we just like to stouten this one up to go along with that frame size to make this one just a little bit better. But really nice class. Thanks to these exhibitors. Let's give them a nice hand as they go back to the barn here in our first class.
They will all be blue, right?
Yeah, that's fine. I guess I didn't realize it.
You do reds, we need to know.
First place in Class 1 underweight market swine goes to Delaney Walrod of the Johnson Juniors. Second goes to Brody Vanderloo with the Grant Clever Clovers.
That's simple.
Now entering the ring is Class 2 overweight market swine. Allison Hofling, Lucky Liberty Lopers. Dylan Schrader, Union Vikings. Braden Brusher with the Grant Clever Clovers. Alex Schrader with the Union Vikings has 2 entries, and Tia Tettinger with the Union Vikings.
second class here, we get into some ones that are just a little bit too much on the heavy side, and certainly there's some differences amongst them, but they're all have some similarities as well. We're going to use the biggest scale, this big scaled gilt that the young man has. Here's one that's got to heavy weight and stayed relatively lean, given her endpoint that she's at today. A gilt that's probably just a little bit more comfortable on her feet and legs in terms of her movement. And a gilt, like I said, that she's got the frame size to allow her to get to this heavy weight, stay relatively lean while still having some muscle. So that's why she's going to go ahead and win the class. After that, we get into a couple pigs that maybe are carrying just a little bit more cover. And young lady's blue gilt or blue barrow over here is going to be next. One that's got a little extra size, probably a little stouter in his feature than the barrow that we started with. He too is reasonably comfortable on his feet and legs, but he just showed a little bit more evidence of fat cover. Maybe doesn't have quite as much shape or quite as much total width as you like to see in him. But compared to the rest of the class, I think this guy is the one that falls into second. Young lady's gilt's going to be third. Just a little bit smaller frame gilt, although she's plenty big in her overall extension and frame size. She is carrying just a little bit more cover, and we would like to open her up a little bit. Maybe not quite as coordinated on her feet and legs, but still a nice gilt to stand in third. We let these three out, and we'll step into this red belted one that comes in next. One that's big in its kind, probably a higher cutability barrow than maybe a couple of them behind him in class. Structure is what gets this guy into fourth. He's just a little too straight and less comfortable on his front end. Isn't quite as comfortable getting around the ring. But I think from a cutability standpoint, this barrow is certainly does fairly well. Last couple coming out are just a couple pigs that maybe don't have quite the overall carcass merit that we'd like to see. Big scale, long body, deep sided barrow here that just doesn't have quite as much shape or quite as much center body. Maybe some of them showing a little bit more evidence of fat cover along that loin edge. And then the young lady's barrow here is one that's a little bigger in its kind, a little bit more extended, a little less coordinated in his feet and legs. And again, starting to fill in with a little bit more fat cover along that loin edge. We'd like to just trim him up, make him a little bit more comfortable on his feet and legs to like him better. But nice class here. Thanks to these exhibitors in this heavyweight market class.
First place in the overweight market class goes to Braden Brusher, second to Alex Schrader. Now entering the ring is Class 3 market gilts. Allie Walrod with the Johnson Juniors, Brady Allen with the Classy Clovers, Olivia Fegley with the Johnson Juniors, Wyatt Nelson, the Kingsley Pearson FFA, Brooks Beetlespacher with Grant Little Giants, Bailey Schoenfelder with the Johnson Juniors, Tia Tentinger with the Union Vikings, and Cale Pearson with the Stanton Lucky Clovers.
really nice class of market gilts here, and I think we've got particularly like 3, 4, 5 in this drive are awfully good. And I think the gilt that just combines the most positives is the mostly the primarily white gilt here that's closest to me. I think this gilt, she's not the stoutest or the heaviest muscle, but I think she's more than adequate in that. She's probably got as good a turn and shape down her top as any in terms of just squareness, and she has coming out behind her blade. She flares out pretty good in her hip. She's not as mature maybe or quite as bold in her center body as a couple of the pigs right behind her. But I think where she really excels is in terms of balance. She's super level, super correct. She reaches really well off her front end. She's got a good square, secure set off her rear leg, plants them with authority. And I think, again, she just balances and designs the best of our top 3. The stouter version of her is the gilt that's going to be second. This gilt is really bold in her center body. She's got a big hip and a big rump in her. She's really shapely and expressive, particularly as you get out through her hip. She's really wide at her pins and wide right through the center portion of that stifle. A gilt that I guess I don't see her coming at me quite as wide right through the center portion of her chest. I'd like to balance her up just a little bit better and clean her up just a touch to go ahead and like her better. The painted gilt that's just got out of the ring on us is another one that's got a big hip and rump in her. She's really heavy muscled, really expressive, particularly you get right through the center portion of her stifle. She's a big bodied kind of a gilt. Gilt that doesn't bounce quite as nice. She's a little bit more pinstripe behind her blade coming into her forerib. She's a little bit harsher when she comes into her ham-loin junction and doesn't balance, or maybe not quite as comfortable, particularly compared to the gilt we started the class with, but that third place gilt is awfully good. Gilt that comes in next one, I thought we might get just a little bit higher in class when it first came in because this one is ultra powerful. She has really got a ton of shape coming out of her blade. She's got a big forearm in her. A gilt that's really good, particularly you can get right in her center body. I really like the boldness she's got right through her forerib. A gilt that you get on top of her, you like the shape she's got particularly coming right out of her blade. That's where she really excels. If we're going to change her a little bit, we're going to fix those rear legs because she's a little less stable. She kind of wants to swivel out of that rear leg, doesn't really push and drive, and she can kind of plant the base of her foot lands just a little bit too far outside compared to where you'd like to see her. I like to see her a little more secure in those feet and legs. White gilt coming out next is one that's really long and stout, really productive looking kind of a gilt. She's starting to show a little bit more jowl and just a little bit more waist underneath. Doesn't have quite as clean a turn along her top. That's a really stout, heavy structure, productive one to go ahead and stand next. Gilt here that maybe doesn't hit you hard in terms of just having that extra show ring flash, but you really study the fundamentals on this one. She's pretty nice. She's a heavy structure. She's well balanced. She's probably a little sounder than a couple of the gilts up above her in class. I'd like to maybe just get her just a little bit bolder right through the center portion of her body, give her a little bit more power in her loin particularly, and give her a little bit more width coming out of her blade all the way down her top. But then you get behind her and you really like how much width she's got right through the center portion of her stifle. You like how big that rear leg is on her. She's really a stout featured kind of gilt to stand in 5th or 6th here. So we move down the line, the bigger scaled kind of a belted gilt that's big in her kind, that's extended, a gilt that maybe doesn't have quite as much center body. She's maybe a little bit straighter off either end. This is still a high cutability gilt that's got a lot of muscle and is still fairly lean. Young man's gilt coming out next is another one that's got plenty of muscle, particularly when you get right behind him. This one just isn't designed quite as nice in terms of being level down her top. She's not quite as good in her full rib, but in terms of we're just going to measure loin eyes, that one is going to be pretty tough to get around. Then the big red gilt comes out next, the biggest frame, latest maturing one in terms of frame size. This is gilt's really free of fat. She just doesn't have near the muscle or heaviness of structure as the gilt's up above her, but still you got to appreciate the cutability and maturity that one brings to us. So a really good class of market gilts here as we move through our market show.
Champion Market Gilt goes to Brady Allen with the Classy Clovers. Reserve goes to Wyatt Nelson with the Kingsley Pearson FFA. Those trophies are sponsored by GHB Consulting and Pitts Trucking. Now entering the ring is Class 4 Market Barrows. Brody Vanderloo with the Grant Clever Clovers. Oliver Kesenick with the Lincoln Toppers has 2 entries. Delaney Walrod with the Johnson Juniors. Carson Nias with the Grant Clever Clovers. Benjamin Yorger with the Classy Clovers. Jonathan Sanchez with the Lincoln Toppers. And Oliver Kesenick has 3 entries actually.
nice class of barrows here, and I guess I just thought of, for those of you who are wondering, I've got my daughter Reagan here with me, who has shown a lot and is up at Iowa State, and I'm going to have her kind of keeping me in check today, make sure I don't mess up too badly. So I appreciate her helping me out today, and she'll be in the ring with me a good chunk of the day. But the blue barrow that is going to start the class, I think, just overpowers the class in terms of true muscle, true width, while still having the correct kind of design and build. A barrow that's really shapely and expressive down his top. He's heavy structured, a barrow that comes at you with an adequate amount of width, a barrow that's really opened up in his center rib. If we're going to fix it, we're going to change his feet and legs just a little bit. He wants to toe in up front when he comes at you. He's just not quite as comfortable or coordinate off those rear two as ideal, but this guy still can get out and motor and move relatively well in the ring, and that's why he's going to end up being our class winner today. So a nice barrow to go ahead and start. Young man's down here. Belted one over there is going to be second. I think this one fundamentally is pretty good. He's big in his center body. The barrow's got some muscle. He doesn't show you quite as much true shape or expression of muscle as the barrow right above him. I just like to firm him up, give him a little bit more shape. But I do like the barrow from the fact that he's fairly sound and fairly comfortable out here. Again, he has a relatively productive look, a barrow that's got some heaviness of structure and got enough muscle to get him here in our top two. Young man's big black barrow coming in third. I really like this guy from the side. He profiles well. He's an extended, tall-fronted, late maturing kind of a barrow. He's relatively lean and free of fat. Just like to put a little bit more width and true muscle in him, open him up in his top, give a little more shape and expression muscle down his top and out through his rump, give him a little bit more shape to his rib to like him a little bit better. But I think the frame that you were putting that on is awfully good, and that's why he's going to be in our top three. We move down into 4, and the young lady's got a kind of white sock barrow here that is kind of similar to the barrow right above him in that I think his design and build is perfectly fine. Just like to shove a little bit more muscle and true width on him. He hits him a little closer to the ground because there's not quite enough muscle on that frame to give him the extra power that maybe he needs. Kind of Berkshire appearing barrow that comes out next is one that is a big centered, kind of a productive looking kind of a barrow. Just carrying a little bit more fat and not quite as much muscle to go along with it from a cutability standpoint. Like to clean him up, trim him up, give him a little more lean shape. I think the design and build on him is certainly good enough, I think, to compete if we can make him just a little higher cutability kind of a barrow. Berkshire appearing barrow coming out next. Just like to make him a little better on his feet and legs and put a little more muscle in him because his from the side you like him fairly well. In terms of balance, we just need to flex him out just a little bit better, put a little bit more muscle on that frame. And then the young lady rounding out the class has got another one that is a little bigger in his kind. Excuse me, in terms of extension, a barrow that's fairly long in his pattern. There's not quite as much muscle, gets a little bit straighter and hits him a little closer to the ground maybe than ideal, but still a nice pattern kind of a barrow that just needs a little more product, a little more flexibility to compete today. So good class thanks to these exhibitors.
Class 6 market barrows. First call. The Class 4 Market Barrow winner was Benjamin Yorger with the Classy Clovers, and second went to Oliver Kesnick of the Lincoln Toppers. Now entering the ring is Class 5 Market Barrows. Hayden Bulkey with the Grant Clever Clovers, Kaysen Krieg with the Kingsley Patriots, Sarah Vacura with the Lamar's FFA, Alex Peters with the Stanton Lucky Clovers, Tori Tentinger with the Union Vikings, Benjamin Yorger with the Classy Clovers, Calla Langle with the Grant Clever Clovers, and Eli Eisma with the Grant Little Giants.
I'm pretty sure it's Jaeger.
Nice class of barrows, and we got one that's getting a little antsy in here, but he is an awfully good one, and he's going to go ahead and start the class. So congratulations to this young man on a really nice barrow to go ahead and win this drive, one that's really shapely and expressive down his top. He's really powerful out of his blade, a barrow that balances really nicely. You get behind him, you like the amount of width that he's got through his hip and out through those pins. You like the center body that he has. If we're going to fix him, I'm just going to fix his feet and legs just a little bit. I like to make him just a little bit more correct and a little bit more comfortable, a little more flexible off that rear leg. Maybe square him up front just a touch. But I think the combination of balance and design and muscle that this guy has allows him to go ahead and win the drive. The young man's barrow, it's going to be the kind of thin belted one. The young man is going to be second. This one's another really powerful one in terms of center body. He's got a ton of shape up high. He's got a really wide and right through his stifle and right through his pins. A barrow that I think just wants to plant outside of himself just a little bit as he goes. He wants to hit that rear leg outside of that plane of that hip. I like to make him a little more coordinated off those rear two. I like to stouten him up in his bone just a little bit to like him a little better. But that's a nice pair to go ahead and stand 1-2. Duroc barrow here is going to be third, and I like this guy an awful lot. I really like his heaviness of structure. I like the amount of power that he has. He's got a really stout, powerful look to him. You get on top of him, he doesn't have quite the overall width and dimension from his shoulder back out to his hip. But a barrow that is really impressive coming at you. The bone work he has is really impressive. He's got good width out through his rump. Again, just open him up in his center body and his top, maybe elevate him at the point of his shoulder just a little bit. But this is a really good Duroc barrow to go ahead and stand in third. Barrow coming out next is one that's certainly another one that's a high quality kind of a barrow. He's stout in his feature, a big footed, big bladed kind of a barrow that just doesn't have isn't quite as well designed, a barrow that wants to hit him just a little closer at the ground as he leaves you. Even though he's wide through his top part of his hip, he wants to taper just a little bit. Doesn't have quite the center body width or dimension, but that's a barrow that's got a lot of good in him to stand all the way down in fourth. Barrow that's in fifth is another really nice one to stand. I really like this guy's attractive look from the side. He's elevated, he's tall at the point of his shoulder. A barrow that kind of wants to roll on his right rear just a little bit, wants to get a little flatter through his center body. Doesn't have quite the muscle, but the look and heaviness of structure that guy brings is awfully good. Really stout, productive kind of a barrow here coming out next. And I think there's some different places you can put him because he is really a powerful one, a huge center body. If I'm going to guess which one's got as much muscle as any, it's probably going to be him. He wants to get a little frailer relative to the amount of muscle he has. He doesn't have quite as clean of a look. He's a little more compact in his overall maturity, but that barrow is awfully good to be standing where he is. The barrow that comes out next is another one that's got quite a fair amount of muscle, just a little rounder made out through his hip. He wants to be a little more down-headed because his neck doesn't tie into that shoulder quite as correctly. A barrow that's just a little less comfortable on his feet and legs out here and carrying just a little bit more cover. Say all those negative things, but that barrow is still a powerful kind of a barrow that's got some muscle in him, that's still got some center body to go ahead and stand here in sixth or fifth, I believe. The barrow coming out next is a little bigger scale, a little bigger frame barrow. If we could put a little bit more product on this guy, I think we'd like him just a little bit better. He wants to get a little narrower in his chest, a little flatter in his center body, a little flatter right all the way through. But the look and design this guy has from the side, the elevation he's got at the point of his shoulder, all those things are awfully good. Red barrow rounds out the class, is another one that's big in his frame and big and extended. Long-bodied barrow that I think the maturity pattern on this one is the kind that allows him to get to pretty heavy weight. He's relatively free of fat. There's just not enough muscle on this frame to go ahead and allow him to stand higher, and maybe not quite as much bone or flexibility, but you certainly like the maturity and exercise that he brings. So nice class of barrows here as we move into the medium weights.
The Class 5 Market Barrow winner is Kason Krieg with the Kingsley Patriots. Second goes to Hayden Bulkey with the Grant Clever Clovers. Now entering the ring is Class 6 Market Barrows. Brady Allen with the Classy Clovers. Jarrett Westhoff with the Grant Little Giants. Brooks Beetlesbacher with the Grant Little Giants. Allie Walrod with the Johnson Juniors. Tia Tentinger with the Union Vikings. Keelan Stanton with the Grant Little Giants, Cale Pearson with the Stanton Lucky Clovers, Addison Denowden with the Grant Little Giants, Bailey Schoenfelder with the Johnson Juniors, and Jonathan Sanchez with the Lincoln Toppers.
Well, here's we get into the, some heavier barrows. This is a really, really good class. I think you guys saw wrong rinks. I hope you can appreciate the quality that we've got all the way down the line, because I think it's awfully good. And I think that winning this class is pretty impressive set of barrows. Top 4, 5, 6, all the way down the line are awfully good. I like the blue one to win, and I think it's just because he's the one that has the combination of being stout in his feature, correct in his build, and really wants to, I think from just a feet and leg standpoint, this guy just reaches and plants just at a little higher comfort level than anything else in the class. He's got a pretty decent set to his shoulder. He's got some set and some flex out through his hip. He's got an adequate amount of length out through that hip and out through that hind leg. A barrow that you get on top of him, you like the shape that he's got. He's not the thickest right through his pins or right through his stifle. There's 2 or 3 barrows below him. They're just a little bit better there. But the heaviness of structure, the rear leg on this guy, the flex and set that he's got back there, and the look and design that this guy presents to us, I think is just the best in the class. And that's why he's going to win, even if he isn't just the most powerful one that we've got in class. I like this belted barrow to be second, and one that is just a little bit truly wider. When you get right behind him, he's got a big pin set, and he's really wide right through the center portion of his stifle. A barrow that's good in his chest, a barrow that's really got shape, a really good turn down his top. A barrow I just like to give him just a little bit more reach. I like to get that rear leg back behind him just a little bit more when he gets out on the move. And I'd like to maybe, as we start to study him, just give him a little more reach, just a little more flex. But this guy is awfully good, super clean fronted, super shapely down his top, got a big hip and rump in him. And still, even though we're critical maybe of those rear legs just a little bit, that one's awfully good and still very adequate in terms of his design and build. Barrows in third is an awfully good one, and I wouldn't expect us, and this guy came in class, to get him as low as we did. This guy's really expressive, got a ton of muscle in him. He has really got a huge top in him, got a big hip and rump. I'd like to fix him on those rears just a little bit too. He's just a little bit rounder out through that rump. I'd like to change him right when it comes to his blade. The widest point of his blade is right through the center of it, and he kind of caves back into his forerib. And doesn't quite blend quite as neatly as you'd like to see. He doesn't have quite as an attractive look from the side, but this guy is stout and powerful and really got a ton of muscle. If I brought this guy to fair, I wouldn't expect to stand third in class, but you've got an awfully good set top to bottom on either side of him. Same story for this kind of white socked one up front here that comes out next. Here's a really heavy muscle barrow that's really powerful right down his top. He's got a big hip and rump. He's plants them wide off either end. A barrow that gets just a nickel straighter. I don't think the set to his shoulder and the way his neck ties into that blade is quite as good as maybe a couple of them up above him. He naturally doesn't want to keep that head up quite as naturally as a couple of the barrows in class, because I think he's just a little shorter through that neck and just ties in just a little bit into a shoulder that's just a little bit straighter made. He's a little more compact. As much width as he has, he's maybe not, even though he's plenty good enough coming at you, I don't think he's quite as impressive in that respect compared to a couple of the barrows up above him, but a really good one to go ahead and stand in fourth. Young Lady's blue barrow comes out next. This is a really good, fundamentally correct kind of a barrow, one that's got some width up through his chest, one that's level down his top, a barrow that's reasonably comfortable on the move. He doesn't have quite as much overall power compared to a couple of the barrows in class. He's just, like I said, I hate to call this guy just a little flatter made, because he's not. He's opened up in his rib and he's got some shape. He doesn't have quite the power some of the barrows up above him have. I really appreciate this guy's ability to get out and go and get out and move here in the ring. This is a really nice barrow here to stand at fifth. We move into sixth, we get one that's just got a little bit plainer look in terms of his shape down his top. He doesn't have quite the expression of muscle as you get right behind his blade. A little bigger kind of a barrow in terms of his frame size, and a little deeper sided, maybe not quite as clean as attractive from the profile, but this barrow is still fundamentally awfully good, just not quite as fresh today compared to some of the barrows up above him. White barrow coming out next is one that's a similar story. I think this barrow certainly has enough muscle and shape up high. I think a barrow that wants to taper down, gets a little bit narrower right at the base as he comes and goes. Maybe doesn't have quite as attractive a look, or not quite as elevated up through that front end compared to some of them, but still a nice barrow to stand all the way down into six, I believe. A little more compact barrow comes out next. One's a little shorter sided, doesn't have quite the extra extension or elevation. Just a little, again, this barrow's got plenty of muscle, but he doesn't have the extra overpower or base width that some of the barrows up above him do. And then a bigger scale, longer pattern barrow that comes out next. One that's got some extra size and extension, and reads really lean at this heavy weight. Just not as stout, not as much muscle in this frame to go ahead and allow him to be competitive with the rest of them, but still a really good class top to bottom here in our heavyweight market barrows.
Our Class 6 Market Barrow winner is Jarrett Westhoff with the Grant Little Giants. Second goes to Brady Allen with the Classy Clovers. While our judge is selecting the champion Market Barrow, we're going to have the 2022 Port Queen and her court come out and introduce themselves.
I don't want to confuse them.
You guys want to talk first? Is it on?
It's on.
Okay.
Not real loud.
Okay, say your name.
Tell them your name.
I'll spell it first.
Hello, everyone. My name is Reagan Peters. I'm the 18-year-old daughter of Chad and Shelly Peters, and I'm serving as this year's Plymouth County Port Queen.
Say your name.
And I just say my name.
Yes, say your name.
And then my last name, and that's it.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ivy Dom. And I am the Little Miss Pigtails.
But say your name.
Hi, my name is Greenlee Schrader.
And I'm Little Miss Pigtails this year.
And I'm Little Miss Pigtails this year.
Good job.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kylie Allen. I grew up on a small fair-to-finish operation just outside of Lamar's. I'm currently a sophomore at Iowa State studying animal science and ag communications, and I am this year's Iowa Port Queen.
As we bring these three class winners, let's give a nice hand to all three of these and all six of them, actually, the three back in the pins. Congratulations on making it to this final drive. This has been a really good market show, a lot of good barrows, and like I told some of those kids that stood, third, fourth, fifth in class, that's an awfully good barrow that can be competitive at a lot of places. And unfortunately, you just ran into some heat in these classes and weren't able to quite break through here today. But I think we've got a lot of good barrows here, and we've got three really good out of each of their classes to represent them. I won't talk about them again before we name our champion, but I will say I think there's one that's just a little better built. I think it's a little more comfortable feet and legs wise. I think that skeleton is just a little bit more athletic and correctly designed while still having the amount of muscle, still having the productive look that they need. And I think that one is our heavyweight. Congratulations, he'll be your champion.
Champion Market Barrow goes to Jarrett Westhoff with the Grant Little Giants. That trophy is sponsored by GHB Consulting of Lamar's.
Well, for reserve, we bring in our reserve of our third class here today. And I think all three of these barrows are awfully competitive. I like all three of them, and I think they all deserve a look. I think it comes down to a couple of them, and I think they're very similar in their kind. They're built similarly. I like to maybe flex both of them out just a little bit differently, but I think you compare them. There's one that's just a little more powerful, truly wide-chested, truly opened up down low as well as up high, and still has an attractive kind of a look. I like the young man, second place heavyweight for your reserve champion.
Reserve goes to Brady Allen with the Classy Clovers. That trophy is sponsored by Pitts Trucking of Lamar's. Champions and reserves, make sure you stop by and get your picture taken by Farm Bureau. Also, make sure to write thank yous to your trophy donors. Now in the ring is Class 7 purebred market swine. Nathan Murrah of Lamar's FFA, Ethan Lee of the Lamar's FFA, Jasmine Sanchez, the Lincoln Toppers, Jack Tenaple with the Lamar's FFA, Jarrett Westhoff with the Grant Little Giants, and Benjamin Yeager with the Classy Clovers.
Just leave him out here.
Just leave him out. He's
Yep.
gonna talk
Yep.
to me.
Yep. Red Barrow here that's got a little bit of an attitude is going to be your class winner, and I think he's ready to get on out of here. But we'll quickly mention that this guy, I think, is an awfully good Duroc barrow here. He's one that's really opened up, got a lot of width, got a lot of shape. He's attractive from the side. He's flexible on the move. I think, young man, when he was cooperating with you, he did a really nice job driving this guy because he got his head up and he reaches and he flexes. Yet when you compare him from a muscle standpoint to, I think, some of the other barrows in class, I think he excels in that respect too, and that's why he's going to win this particular drive. So nice red barrow to win. Similar kind of a barrow that stands in second, just a little lighter, maybe a little more immature. I don't think he's quite as powerful, but he's a little younger as well. But this is a really heavy structure, nice design kind of a barrow, one that's fairly flexible. It's one that gives you a fairly attractive look from the side. Again, not quite as much muscle shape or as much power in him, but a big blade. He's shaped correctly, even if there isn't as much to him. And he's got a really good look, flexible kind of a build for a red barrow here to stand in second. The Yorkshire Barrow is going to be in third, one that I like from a cuttability standpoint. He's really elevated at the point of his shoulder, a barrow that's got a lot of shape and expression up high. But with that said, he gets just a little straighter in his shoulder. He's a little more upright on that rear leg, doesn't have quite the reach or flex. He gets a little flyer right through the center body compared to a couple of pigs, or at least compared to where we'd like to see him ideally. But still a nice Yorkshire Barrow to go ahead and stand in third. A little more compact barrow that stands in fourth, a barrow that gets a big centered, heavy muscle kind of a barrow, got a ton of shape and ton of muscle in him. I really like the shape he's got coming out of the top side of his skeleton. If we're going to fix this guy, we're going to pick him up on his front feet. He gets a little flat-footed, a barrow that's a little more compact and just not quite as clean and attractive right through the lower third. Maybe square him up on those rears just a little bit. All that said, that's a powerful, productive kind of a barrow to stand in fourth. Young lady's doing a really nice job with her Berkshire barrow over here, one that's just really fundamentally nice. He's just balanced. He's correct from the side. He gives you a really nice look. Not as much muscle in him, not quite as much width or thickness, but young lady's doing a nice job with a really attractive, sound, structured kind of a Berkshire barrow here. Nice job by her. And then we round out the class with the red barrow, just a little bit behind, I think, in terms of power and dimension. But this is a good Duroc barrow. I think Time's, like I told him, I think Time's going to be his friend. I think if this guy gets bigger and adds some pounds, I think he's only going to get better. Just need to see a little bit more width and dimension to him today to go ahead and allow him to compete. But that's a really good set of red barrows and our York and Burke as well.
Champion purebred market swine went to Jack Tenaple of the Lamar's FFA. Reserve went to Nathan Murrah of the Lamar's FFA. We now have our Plymouth County Fair royalty here to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Claire Blezick, the 18-year-old daughter of Doug and Glenda Blezick. I'm representing the Grant Clever Clovers 4-H Club. I'm your 2022 Plymouth County Fair Queen.
Hi, I'm Tessa Ellenzone. I'm the 17-year-old daughter of Nikki Sitzman and Eric Ellenzone, and I'm also representing the Grant Clever Clovers 4-H Club, and I am one of your 2022 princesses.
Hi, I'm Lauren Sadoff. I'm the 17-year-old daughter of Kelly and Missy Sadoff of Akron. I'm representing the Johnson Juniors 4-H Club, and I am the other 2022 Plymouth County Fair Princess.
Hi, I'm Allison Ball. I'm the 16-year-old daughter of Jason and Christy Ball. I'm representing the Union Livewires 4-H Club, and I'm your 2022 Miss Congeniality.
Hi, I'm Jake Utesh. I'm the 17-year-old son of Doug and Jill Utesh. I represent the Kingsley Patriots 4-H Club, and I'm the 2022 Plymouth County Fair King.
Hi, my name is Brandon Gangler. I'm the 17-year-old son of Jeff and Stephanie Gangler. I'm representing the Stanton Lucky Clovers 4-H Club, and I'm the 2022 Fair Prince.
My name is Carson Luch, 17-year-old son of Jason and Stephanie Luch. I represent the Union Livewires, the MMCRU FA chapter, and I'm the other Fair Prince.
Hi, I'm Wade Fisher. I'm the 18-year-old son of Jody Fisher and late Mike Fisher. I'm representing the Grant Little Giants 4-H Club, and I'm your 2022 Mr. Personality.
Now entering the ring is Class 8 Carcass Gilts, Matthew Colbaum with the MMCRU FFA, L. Ployer with the Kingsley Pearson FFA, Isabella Tomlinson with the Union Vikings, Addison Denowden with the Grant Little Giants, and Brady Hirschman with the Kingsley Crowners.
Nice class of Carcass gilts, and I understand these pigs are going to be scanned or have been scanned, and we'll get Carcass data back on them. So, but for this portion, we're certainly keeping that Carcass merit in mind, but we're also have the live portion of this show because there's other things that go into it other than just the carcass, and part of that is just structural correctness, feet and legs, and ability to live and survive in those environments. And I think that what we end up with is a really high cuttability gilt that has a lot of extra features here to go ahead and win the class in this kind of Berkshire appearing gilt, although I'm told this one is completely crossed up. But this one's awfully good. She's heavy structured. She's really powerful in terms of her blade. She's really got good width to her chest. You get on top of this one. This one's got a ton of shape and expression. She reads really lean. I don't know how the scan data is going to end up on all these, but I know this one's going to scan really well regardless of where she ends up because she's really lean, really shapely. She's still fairly comfortable on those feet and legs. Maybe fix her out of her hip just a little bit. She wants to round off through there just a touch. But this one still gets out and goes really well on her feet and legs. She's, like I said, stout featured and got a really good amount of carcass merit to her. A little longer pattern kind of the gilt stands in second. This one also I think is going to scan extremely well. She's really lean down her top. Got good extra length and expression of muscle from her shoulder all the way back to her hip and very free of fat there. Gilt that gets just a little flatter and tighter centered compared to maybe the gilt right above her. Maybe we'd like to make her just a little more comfortable on those rear two and the way she plants and drives off those. But that one still has got a lot of carcass merit. She's still got a good look and balances really nicely. Young man's gilt in third is one that's got a lot of good in her. I really like the cutability this one has and the shape. Maybe not designed quite as nicely. She's a little lower fronted and a little, I think, a little straighter up through that shoulder as we say the angle that she's made. Same is true on those rear two and not quite as heavy structured. That said, I think if we could open her up right in her center body, we'd like her better. Get past all those things. This is still a pretty good market gilt. She's got a lot of shape. She's very free of fat along that loin edge. She's got a lot of muscle. I think this one's awfully good, even though we do get a little critical of her in a few areas. The big hog coming out next is one that's big and extended. I suspect this one's going to scan maybe a little better than maybe appearance is because this one does have some spread down its top. We just need to fix this one structurally. Breaks up behind this blade, gets a little straight and too tight and too restricted off either end. Need to make this one just a little more comfortable on feet and legs. Maybe make this one a little better designed to like this one just a touch better. Excuse me, the gilt that rounds out the class is one that is I think is a little sounder, is a little more comfortable on her feet and legs than the hog right above her. I think this one, just from a true base width and heaviness of structure standpoint, just gets out horsed a little bit. Wants to taper up and hit them as close at the ground as any of them. As we study her, maybe showing just a little bit more evidence of fat, although I think the scan data on this one's still going to be very acceptable. Nice class of Carcass gilts here as we move into this division.
Champion Carcass Gilt goes to L. Ployer with the Kingsley Pearson FFA. Reserve went to Addison Denowden of the Grant Little Giants. Those trophies are both sponsored by the Plymouth County Pork Producers and Ben Johnson. A reminder to all exhibitors, you need to sign up by 3 p.m. today for the ribbon auction on Monday. Now in the ring is Class 9 Carcass Barrows, Matthew Colbaum with the MMCRU FFA, L. Ployer with the Kingsley Pearson FFA, Braylon Denowden with the Grant Little Giants, and Alex Peters with the Stanton Lucky Clovers.
interesting class in our Carcass barrows, and I'll be the first to tell you that they're not going to be lined up exactly in the order I think they'll scan. But they are going to, all four of these, I think, have a lot of Carcass merit, and I think the reason we're going to get them placed where we do is because of some of the other things that go into that. We're going to start with the young lady's barrow here. This is the best designed one. I think he's the levelest. He's the most correct on his feet and legs. Yeah, you'd like to flex him a little bit differently, maybe behind. What I'd really like to do is give him a little more center body and a little more power up high. This guy doesn't have quite as much power right coming out of his blade back to, and into his forerib as maybe the other barrows, but he is considerably sounder and more correct in his feet and legs. He's got a big hip and rump in him. He's very free of fat, really lean over his blade and along that loin edge. Not as much muscle, I think, from shoulder back to his hip, but this one's build and design, I think, is awfully good, and he's got enough carcass merit, I think, to allow him to stand first in class. I really like the young man's barrel. A lot of things about this guy. I like the fact that this guy's got some muscles, got some shape. He's kind of a moderate frame kind of a barrel in terms of his length of body. You could maybe extend him out. He's a little more powerful coming out right out behind his blade maybe than the barrel we started with, and definitely better in his center body, I think. If we're going to fix him, though, we're going to change those rear legs on him because he wants to really punch him outside of himself a little bit. I'd like to clean him up and extend him out a little bit, maybe give him a little better attitude and give the young man a little better shot here to get him presented, although he's doing a nice job getting him shown. We just need to, I'd just like to see this guy a little more comfortable, a little stouter in his feature, and a little better on those rear two. That's a nice carcass barrel here nonetheless. Barrow in third is going to be third because he's just a complete kind of a barrel. I don't think the scan numbers on this guy are going to be as impressive as the other three, but this one's comfortable, he's sound, he's flexible, a barrel that's still got some muscle. I think a barrel that's got some center body. This looks like an easy kind of one to feed because he's sound, he's flexible, he looks like he's a growthy kind of a barrel. He just doesn't have as much shape or expression muscle maybe as we'd like to see in one to go ahead and stand up higher. The barrel I think is going to scan exceptionally well is this guy coming out next. He's got a huge top and a ton of shape in him. He's got a big hip and rump in him. Structural correctness in the live portion of the show is what hurts him because he's too round out of his hip. He wants to plant the outside of that rear foot. His hocks are a lot wider than he is where he plants at the ground. We need to make him sounder, more flexible to go ahead and like him a little better. But from just a sheer carcass standpoint, that one's going to be tough to beat, I think, in just of terms of muscle and percent lean that guy presents to us.
Champion Carcass Barrow goes to L. Ployer of the Kingsley Pearson FFA. Reserve goes to Matthew Colbaum with the MMCRU FFA. Those trophies were sponsored by Ranking Farms of Kingsley and Prime Bank of Lamar's.
the last two classes that we evaluated, they've asked me to talk just a little bit about the carcass data, and I think some people are hopefully getting some of this data in the stands. But these carcass hogs are that we've shown in the last two classes have had a scan on them to evaluate the carcass merit of each of these pigs. And the data sheet that you get back includes a lot of important information, but I'll just talk a little bit about what that means. And because ultimately, while there's a lot of factors that go into profitability in market hogs, growth rate, the percent that you get out the door, and the timing mash and the feed efficiency that they have. This part focuses just on the carcass merit, which is how big the check is when that pig goes to market. So these hogs are evaluated, or obviously they're weighed. They're taking their 10th rib back fat, which is a back fat measurement that takes place at their 10th rib, just off the center point of the loin down their back. And that scan tool will evaluate the depth of fat. They will also measure the loin area or the pork chop on those pigs. They'll measure the total area of the surface of that loin. And then also, that calculation goes in determine their percent lean, which is the amount of, essentially the amount of edible product or lean product that pig produces. And then finally, they go into a scan that's a net value per carcass per hundredweight. Those packers desire those pigs to be in a certain weight range. Hogs that are too light or too heavy get discounted. Pigs that are closer to that endpoint target weight receive a little higher premium, and then that lean value goes in to calculate that as well. So as we said, for example, our gilt that wins our first class has 5/10 of fat. That's the amount of fat on the outside of that loin. At an 8-inch loin eye, had a percent lean of 58%, which calculates into a percent adjusted lean of 57.4. So all those numbers go in, they run through an algorithm, and that spits out the total check that person gets. So hopefully that kind of covers what they want me to handle here. I think they're going to announce the champions here in our carcass contest before, but I think this is a good program. I think it's important to understand not just the everyday feeding and training and those things. I think those things are extremely important, but also understanding the carcass value that these pigs present to us is extremely important for both our young people as well as producers and consumers to understand all those things. But let's give a nice hand for your county for sponsoring this class, as well as to our exhibitors for participating.
Champion carcass gilt scan went to L. Ployer. Reserve went to Addison Denowden. Those trophies were sponsored by Stabe Realty and Auction and United Bank of Iowa Kingsley. Champion carcass barrow scan went to Braylon Denowden. Reserve went to Matthew Kohlbaum. And those trophies were sponsored by J.B. Swine, Jim and Brad Harvey, and the Plymouth County pork producers, Ben Johnson.
Well, as we conclude the market portion of our show, we've got our champion market barrow, champion market gilt, and our champion carcass gilt and champion carcass barrow out here. All four of these hogs, I think, offer a lot out to us, and they're awfully good pigs, and they're each in their own right. Let's give these exhibitors a nice hand. Congratulations for making it here to our final drive. Certainly, they're the carcass in the market, maybe just a slightly different twist on the similar thing, but I guess we've tried to do the same thing throughout each of the classes, make hogs that have carcass merit, that do have some muscle, that are relatively lean, but put it in the right kind of a package. Put it in the hogs that have some rib shape and some volume and some productive kind of a look. Hogs that I think are sound and functional and correct in terms of their build and design. Hogs that can get out and move and motor. And so combine those production traits, that carcass merit, and put it in a show ring kind of a look out here for us. I think all four of these do it to varying degrees differently. I think all four of them do it really well. I guess for us, there's one that's just a little bit, just offers a little bit more. Is super sound, is super correct, is productive in their look, is got the right kind of build, right kind of design. Congratulations. Young man's Blue Barrow here is going to be your champion.
Grand champion Market Swine went to Jarrett Westhoff. That trophy is sponsored by the Plymouth County Pork Producers and Ben Johnson. We would like to give a big thank you to our judge today, Jim Gibson from Panora, Iowa, and his daughter Reagan. Let's give them a hand.
As we get in here for our reserve champion, I would like to mention that young man got had a little mess up, didn't get the red one in here for the overall grand, but as I told him, I think that blue one was going to win regardless. But I do think this one does come in contention for reserve. There's a good red barrow here in terms of build and design and levelness and correctness and got some muscle. I think he's one of 2 or 3 in here that we've got to consider for reserve in this particular drive. I think just to really briefly recap, the young lady's, the young man's driving her now, but the barrow here is one that, just like the build and design of this one, I don't think this one's powerful enough probably to compete overall here, but a good built one that's got a lot of correctness in terms of the way it's built. I do like the gilt awfully well, this kind of Berkshire-looking gilt, even though she's a crossbred here. I think this one certainly deserves a look. This one's really heavy structured and powerful. Got a big forearm and a big center, got a lot of muscle. I think that one's really worthy of consideration along with the red one. Then we got the 2 crossbreds here. The gilt is one that I really like the build and design. The profile of this one is just about perfect in terms of levelness, in terms of correctness. I think this one just paints a perfect silhouette. I guess the only question for me is there quite enough in her to go ahead and end up as reserve? But this one's build and design and look and profile, and she's still square coming and going, particularly up through her chest. I think she's awfully good in that respect. The powerful one's the barrow over here. He has got a huge chest in him. He's got a huge top and a huge rump in him. I'd like to flex him out just a little bit more comfortably. I'd like to give him just a little more reach and just a little more comfort level. Boy, there's not going to find one much more powerful than this guy. So I think it's close between, I think, honestly, 4 of them out here I think can all be considered, and I think you can justify each of them. For me, I guess the one that I just initially didn't think, but I guess the more we study him, is just the most correct. I like the young man's blue gilt here to be a reserve.
Reserve champion goes to Brady Allen. That trophy is sponsored by Gangler Feed Service of Remsen.
as we go into senior showmanship, take just a few minutes. I think these guys deserve it, and we'll talk a little bit about showmanship. And for you guys coming up, I know we've got two divisions of showmanship, this market division as well as one coming up after the next set of classes. So just like to spend just a few minutes talking about what we're looking for here, what Reagan and I are looking for out here in the ring, and try to kind of explain what our rationale is and what we're trying to, what we're looking for and trying to get accomplished. So I think showmanship is very simple, and I think in one respect, and that is you're just trying to make your pig look the best that they possibly can while they're out here in the ring. Pigs look their best at a nice, even pace, kind of a nice, comfortable walk across the ring. Ideally, we keep them about the distance this belted barrow is for me right now. I think is generally the ideal distance that you want to keep them at most times. And while you're driving that barrow, you want to have control over them so you can get that pig to go where you want them to go in the ring. You want to be able to present all the views. You want to be able to get that pig to walk across out in the center of the ring. Some of these pigs are getting tired and wanting to get out of here, and that's, they've been in here 2 or 3 times, many of them, and making it a little difficult for you. But if you have control and you can get them out where you want in the middle and get that pig to go where you want at that nice even pace, that's ideal. We're also looking, especially in senior level, trying to get all the angles. I want to be able to see the profile. I want to see this pig be able to come at me. I want to see the rear shot of that. And sometimes we'll walk around and try to get that view. But as a showman, if you have control, you can give that view to the judge without them even have to look at it. And I think 2 or 3 you guys did a really nice job of that, of giving me the profile, bringing that pig directly at me, giving that, letting that pig walk away, while keeping that pig paced and not making the judge have to go find that work out here. And finally is just understanding where you need to be in the ring, understanding that there is a corner where these pigs kind of want to get clumped up. You want to keep them out in the open spaces in front of the judge as much as possible and keep them driving. And the last thing, as I preach about this, and this is particularly for you younger guys that are judging or that are showing, is I will tell you, and I'm sure these guys in the ring will tell you, that 90% of showmanship is what you do at home. It's getting those pigs trained and comfortable, because if the first time a pig sees a big open space like this, and the first time they see a whip or a pipe or a cane or whatever it is you choose to drive with is just right before the county fair, they are not going to know what to do. They are not going to know how to react to that. Pigs like these guys out here, they've obviously worked with a lot. They get them out in the open space. They understand when that whip hits them on the jowl, that means they need to turn left. When it hits the jowl on the left side, that means they need to turn to right. They understand when they get a tap right here on the side, it means get going. And I think all you guys do a very good job of that. So that's my encouragement is, and if you're younger and trying to figure out how to get them to drive like a couple of these guys out here, talk to them and ask them questions and ask them what they do at home. Ask them, because I'm sure these guys have been working with these pigs for weeks and weeks and driving them outside the barn and getting them comfortable with the whip, getting them comfortable being driven so they have control the entire time. So I apologize, I'm making you guys wait quite a bit, but I do want to talk just a little bit about each of you and let you know what Reagan and I saw out here for each of you, and give you a little insight, and then we'll give you your champion and reserve showman. And in no particular order, young man right here with the belted barrow here, did a nice job. He got a little lazy on you, and he didn't quite want to cooperate with you. Never had quite enough control over him to where we could get him out in the center of the ring. So that's kind of what I want to see on him. Just have a little more control. And when you know you got one that kind of wants to get along the rail or get in the corner, sometimes you got to anticipate that and never let him get there if at all possible. And that's easier said than done, especially when they've got an attitude like that. But I do appreciate sticking with him, and you did get him out over here a few times where I was able to see that barrow. A young man with the red barrow here, kind of similar story. We had a little tougher time getting him. He decided that his ideal place was over here by this out gate because he knew that's where it was, and he's getting a little tired. But you did a nice job and stuck with him. We just need to see him out in the center of the ring just a little bit more frequently, and I think that would help you out here so we don't have to come down and hunt and find this guy just a little bit. Young man here does a really nice job, and I think does a good job of keeping the pig evenly paced at all times. I didn't have to search for this one. Had him in front of me the vast majority of the time. Kept this pig at a nice even pace. Kept that pig level-headed, head up, and and on the move the entire time. I think we're really consistent in terms of your drive. If I'm going to, a couple things I would say, I caught you once or twice kind of when you wanted to get him moved to kind of tap him up on the rump, and I would always avoid that. You always just want to keep that whip on the side and up here, because you get it back there, they don't like that as much, they can kind of kick their legs up underneath them a little bit. She never really did that because you didn't really get after her with the whip, but maybe change that. Maybe take some bigger turns, I think, at times, because you were really good about turning her when she started to get too far away. Maybe take a bigger swing, perhaps, a little bit. But other than that, I thought you did an exceptional job. Young lady here also does really well through her gilt. I thought the pacing of this one was really good. This one was always very comfortable. She was always very comfortable with you when we were driving her out here, and you always had her a really good, even pace. I think if we're going to change anything, times are a little far away. I like to see a little up on me, just a little bit closer, a little bit more like this distance we are away right now, perhaps a little bit more consistently. And I know every once in a while we wanted to kind of ride on her with that brush just a little bit. I like to get that. I'm not afraid to use the brush to give her a little tap if you need to, but always keep your hands off them if you can. And again, that's just a little nitpicky thing. I think young lady did an excellent job. Young man here did a really nice job with this barrow, and I think one thing about the young man's presentation is I think you've got as good a ring sense as anybody out here, knowing where you want to be in the ring, where you need to get this barrow positioned. He's getting tired because he's been in here. I think this is time number 4 maybe for him. So you had to fight the barrow a little bit more than maybe ideal, and had to use a whip just a little bit more than I think you wanted to, just because he's kind of had enough a little bit out here. But I think your understanding of where you need to get him positioned, when we were over on the far side of the ring, I think you did a really good job of getting this barrow. I got the really good chest shot of him. I got him going away from me really well. And I think your understanding where he needs to be in the ring is really good. He just didn't want to cooperate as much as I know you would have liked him to get in position. But I thought you did really well with the barrow, who wasn't quite on point with you today here in the class. Young lady with the red barrow here, similar story. He kind of decided that he was kind of done with this business in here and ended up spending a little bit too much time over in this corner. You see him out in the center, and you did get him along this rail a couple times. I did get to see him. I just like seeing more in the middle of the ring, just a little bit more consistently, to where we can really study and analyze him, and we don't have to work so hard to go try to find him. But I think just to have a little bit more control, but he's really well presented, good skin and hair on this guy. I think he did a great job getting him ready for it. Just didn't get him out in the center quite as often. So that's a lot of talk, and I do that not because for any reason other than I think you guys need to understand what I'm seeing out here and what Reagan is seeing out here, so that we can kind of let you know what we're observing. And we're combining your presentation out here with what you've done all day. For us, I think there's one person who did just the most consistent job from beginning to end, and never really had to work to find this one. Young man right here with this blue gilt is going to be your champion showman. Congratulations. For reserve, I think it's really close. I think these two young people right here do an excellent job. And again, I don't think this person got the best drive the second round out, but I think did an exceptional job all day. I think it's close between you two, but the young man over here is going to be reserve senior showman. Congratulations.
Your champion senior showman was Wyatt Nelson with the Kingsley Pearson FFA. Reserve was Brady Allen with the Classy Clovers. Now entering the ring is intermediate showmanship. While we're waiting for the intermediate showman to enter the ring, we'd like to wish Cam Schrader a happy 21st birthday.
Okay, so this is a really, really good class of intermediate showmen, and I'll just talk them as I see them. Close to me, no particular order. Young man right here does a really good job keeping that barrow moving. Maybe he's a little along the rail a little bit, but that's okay. Maybe get him a little bit cleaner and stay back off of his shoulder a little bit. He kind of wanted to stop up on you every so often when you try to get him off the rail. If you get back off his shoulder, that's going to help a lot. Young man right here with this black barrow. You do a really good job of keeping his head up. Maybe try to get him a little closer to the center of the ring, but you do a really good job keeping him consistent. Young man over here with this black barrow. You do a really good job of getting that barrow moving. Spacing might be a little bit of an issue. Sometimes you're a little too close to us, sometimes you're a little far away. But other than that, we got to see a lot of that barrow. You did a really good job keeping his head up, but spacing is your main thing. And then young lady with this light colored barrow right here. You did an excellent job keeping that barrow's head up. Maybe keep him moving at a faster pace. Maybe keeping it moving at a little bit of a faster pace, but we got to see a lot of that barrow. Maybe a little too far away from us at some points, but you did a really good job of giving us angles, and we got to see a lot of that barrow. So kind of talking through this class, we just kind of going back to the fundamentals, you guys implemented those really well. And so thank you for doing that. You can start them back up. Okay. Yep. Okay. Now that we have these guys fired back up, we're looking back at our consistency, looking at our spacing, and all these fundamentals we talked about before. And the person that puts that together the best for us is the young lady with the blue mask barrow. And when we go talking in for a reserve, we kind of, again, going back to those fundamentals, and the person who put it together the second best for us, young man on the far side with the white shirt.
Champion Intermediate Showmanship went to Addison Denowden. Reserve went to Jonathan Sanchez. Those trophies are sponsored by Kylie Petty, Century 21 ProLink, in memory of Ken Schlichty. Both of those sponsors are Kylie Petty. Also, I forgot to announce the senior showmanship sponsors: Premium Fiend and Grain, Kelly Beetlespacher, and Kylie Petty. Now entering the ring is our junior showmanship class, and after that we're going to jump right into our commercial program.
Okay, as we move into our next division of showmanship, a really, really deep class. Good job to all of these exhibitors. So I'm going to talk them again, no particular order. Young man right here with this narrow-belted barrow does a really, really good job of being consistent. He always had that barrow moving and keeping his head up. And maybe we didn't get to see all the angles we wanted to see of him, but overall he did a really, really good job getting that barrow shown. Young man right here with this little blue barrow, he's starting to fight you a little bit. You did a really good job in the regular show, but he's just not quite wanting to cooperate with you in the drive here, but really good job with him earlier too. Same deal with the young man right here with this wide belted barrow. You had a fantastic entrance. He started fighting you at the end. You kind of got him back towards the end, but he really, really good job with him, a really good job in the show. And then young man right here with this blue barrow. Excellent job with his presentation. His skin and hair looks fantastic. Really good job keeping him consistent. We got to see all the angles we wanted to see of him. He had a really good entrance, maybe a little too far away from us at some points, but overall, really nice job. You can fire these guys back up, and we'll give you your champion reserve. All right. So when we were talking, my dad and I just kind of came to a pretty unanimous decision. Your champion is going to be this young man right here with your blue barrow. And for your reserve, we chose you as showman that did a great job, just more consistent. So that's going to be this young man right here with this narrow-belted barrow. Excellent job to all these exhibitors.
Champion Junior Showman goes to Jarrett Westhoff. Reserve goes to Hayden Bulkey. Those trophies were sponsored by Randy Croce of Akron and Scott and Tammy Toms of Lamar's. Before we move into the commercial part of our show, we'd like to take a moment to recognize our swine superintendent, Joe Rada, and the rest of the committee, Brad Harvey, Scott Firehelm, Joe Kesenick, Brady Marino, Derek Tenaple, Clint Kesenick, Ben Johnson, Andy Schrader, and Jim Hitchler. Let's give them a hand. Also, thank you, Caden Kraft, for making announcements to the barn. Now entering the ring is Class 10 of Commercial Gilts, Lucas Sheehan of Union Livewires, Tori Tettinger of Union Vikings, Oliver Kesenick of the Lincoln Toppers, Ruby Thompson of the Kingsley Patriots, Dylan Schrader of the Union Vikings, Kirk Moaning of the Grant Clever Clovers, Lucas Sheehan of the Union Livewires, and Mason Pitts of the Grant Clever Clovers.
first class of market gilts here in our confinement class, and I think we've got a pair that surface for us relatively easily. Start with the belted gilt. She's just got the most muscle and the most heaviness of structures. She's a little more compact, doesn't have quite the lateness of maturity or frame size, but I think shows the most true expression of muscle. She's the heaviest structured, and she's opened up the best in her top, has the most thickness and width at behind, and she hits the ground the widest off both ends. And again, we'd like to loosen her up and free her up in her movement just a touch, but I think this one, handles the class in terms of just being stouter, more muscular than the other ones. The white gilt that the young lady has, I think, is another one that I think surfaces to this top pair pretty easily. I think of the hogs above her, she's just the most comfortable on her feet and legs, and with that, she has the most muscle, or at least the appearance of it. She's opened up really good in her top. She's got some shape. She's got some rib shape. She's very comfortable on her feet and legs and handles it relatively well. And as long as we can keep her in the ring here, she's one that I think deserves to be second. I like to stouten her up in her feature, give a little bit more dimension to her, perhaps ideally, but that one's awfully good nonetheless. We move down to third. I got a bigger scaled red roan gilt over here that's got some extra extension. She didn't have quite the muscle dimension or quite the extra heaviness of structure we'd like to see, but she's relatively comfortable compared to some of the others. I think there's more total product in her than maybe some below her. Fourth place one made its way out is one that's got just a little less total muscle expression, but I think it's just sounder and better built than maybe some of the ones that are coming up down the line behind her. The roan roan belted one here is one that's bigger and extended. I think she's built better than the one right behind her. We just need to put a little bit more width and a little bit more heaviness of structure and base width in this one, but this one does have just a little bit of shape in her top, and that's why she gets above a couple of them down the line. Next skilled out is one that's maybe just a little less ideally designed in terms of her build. She gets a little straighter shouldered, a little frailer made, breaks up behind that blade just a little bit, and I like to just put a little more power in her. I like her lateness and maturity and her freedom of fat. We just need to power her up a little bit to like her better. Big red one comes out next is one, just muscle is what hurts this one compared to the rest of the class. This is probably the shallowest and tightest centered and probably the lightest muscled one of the ones that we have up to this point in class, and that's why she gets hurt a little bit. Very free of fat, very extended, but just not enough product on that hog. And then we round out the class with one that does have a little more muscle than the one right above her. I think structurally this is the one that struggles the most. She's a little too straight in her shoulder. It just labors a little bit too much on the move. And you get those confinement pigs. Certainly she's gotten to this weight, but you put a barn full of those in, you worry about their ability to thrive in that kind of environment when maybe they don't have the structural integrity ideal, but certainly appreciate this one's leanness and lateness and maturity. So good class here in our first drive of confinement.
The winner of Class 10 Commercial Gilts is Oliver Kesnick with the Lincoln Toppers. Second went to Ruby Thompson with the Kingsley Patriots. Now entering the ring is Class 11 Commercial Gilts, Grant Schrader with the Union Vikings, Eli Schrader with the Union Vikings, Cooper Luch with the Union Livewires, Braden Rolfson with Lincoln Toppers, Gracie Schrader with the Union Vikings, Owen Schrader with the Union Vikings, Aaron Lee with the Lamar's FFA, Tori Tettinger with the Union Vikings, and Eli Schrader with the Union Vikings.
Little give and take here as we work through this next class of confinement pigs. We're going to start with the pig on the far side of the ring young man has. I think this one's just the best combination of having some lateness and maturity and some frame size, being relatively comfortable from a feet and leg standpoint, having some product in him, and I think probably just a little stouter and just a little bit more powerful in terms of the way this gilt is built. You'd like to stouten her up. You'd like to even open her up even just a little wider and maybe even loosen her up on those feet and legs just a touch. But I think relative to the class, I think she's the one that does it the best. After that, we're going to use the young man's white gilt over here. This one's carrying a little bit more cover than some of them, granted. But after that, I think you find one that's just a lot more productive in terms of her look. She's opened up better in her chest and her rib shape. She's got more evidence of width down her top. A little bit of that, some fat cover. She's not the leanest one in here, but she's stout and she's relatively powerful compared to the class. She's got some rib shape, and that's why she's going to be in second. Gilt that's in third is the one that gives a little bit longer look. She's a little more extended, probably reads just a little cleaner along that loin edge. She wants to break up in her top just a little bit, gets a little flatter maybe than ideal, but still one of the three that's got a little bit more muscle in the class, and that's why she's going to be here in our top three. Excuse me, the Duroc gilt is going to be fourth, a little bigger scale, a little trimmer pattern, a little cleaner made gilt, one that's a little longer bodied and later maturing. I think she's reasonably comfortable out here, but I would like to loosen her up on those feet and legs and open her up in her center portion of her body and out through her rump, give her a little bit more evidence of muscle to like her just a little bit better. Similar story for the big gilt here. This one's actually got a little bit of evidence of shape compared to the class, but she flattens out in her center body, gets really pretty narrow at the ground, just a little bit too flat from end to end, I think, but she does get out and go relatively well on her feet and legs. Kind of the Hereford-looking one that comes out next is one that's got some thickness out through her rump, but is a little bit more disappointing when you get right on top of her. Doesn't have quite as much shape. She's a little straighter, more rigid in her movement, and just doesn't have quite as much evidence of muscle shape in her loin as maybe you'd like to see, but certainly got some size and some depth of rib and some volume to her. The big red gilt comes out next is one that's a little leaner and a little trimmer in her pattern, a little more extended. Just not enough muscle in this big frame to go ahead and allow her to stand a little bit higher, but I do appreciate the extra skeleton, length of skeleton, the extra freedom of fat that she has. She's certainly very good in those respects. And then the white gilt, the roan gilt coming out next, one that's a little bigger scaled, a little longer, much like the red gilt right above her. She gets a little too flat, a little too frail all the way through. Just need to open this one up, put a little bit more product and muscle, and clean those joints up just a little bit to like her a little bit better. We round out the class with one that just structurally is just struggling a little too much. I think if this one was a little more comfortable on her feet and legs, I think we'd get her up a few notches, but she really labors off that front end, and we just need to make her a little bit more comfortable here getting out and around the ring, because this one does have a little higher percent lean, I think, than maybe some of them up above her. So good class thanks to these exhibitors in this class of confinement pigs.
The winner of Class 11 commercial gilts is Cooper Luch with the Union Livewires. Second went to Owen Schrader with the Union Vikings. Now entering the ring is Class 12 commercial gilts. Paxton Bauma with the Grant Little Giants has 2 entries. Max Pitts with the Grant Clever Clovers. Dylan Schrader with the Union Vikings. Kirk Moaning with the Grant Clever Clovers. Max Schnepp with the Union Vikings. Grant Schrader with the Union Vikings, Avery Schrader with the Union Vikings, Carson Luch with the Union Livewires, and Cooper Luch with the Union Livewires.
Well, a little tricky to line up. I don't know there's a ton of difference from top to bottom in some of these pigs, so we have to kind of make some decisions. I do like the gilt that starts, so I think fairly comfortably out here is that this roan gilt that the young man has out in the middle of the ring here. One that I think just combines, this is one of the heavier muscle ones that we got out here, is one of the bigger centered ones that we have in the ring, and I think one of the sounder ones. And I think you put that combination together, I think that one, we decide kind of that one needs to win in terms of being fundamentally, I think, fairly correct. Not the leanest one, not the trimmest one, but I think still one that's comfortable on feet and legs, that looks productive, and has got some product in them. One that isn't quite as productive in its appearance is this down here gilt over here, a little lot shallower body, but this one is a little relatively free of fat. It's fairly comfortable on feet and legs, has enough muscle dimension, I think, relative to the class, and that's why we get this one up where we do. Maybe like to just open that one up a little bit to like that one a little bit better. Next hog out here comes in third is one that gets just a little bit flatter all the way through, I think, compared to our top two. Breaks up in our top line just a little bit, a little frailer, but still adequately comfortable out here and relatively lean. Young lady is going to be fourth over there with the cane. I think she does a nice job with her gilt. One that's got a little bit more width than maybe a couple of them up and down the line. Maybe not, and has a little bit more dimension than our top. Maybe not quite as comfortable on feet and legs, not quite as stout as maybe you'd like to see ideally, but still a pig that's got enough dimension to her to go ahead and allow her to stand a little higher. Red belted, off belted one that comes out next is one that's got a little more productive look, a little bit more dimension to his center body, carrying a little bit more waist and covered right through that lower third, and maybe not quite as expressive right down her top, but still one that's got some extra length and some productivity to her. Young man coming in next, right behind her. In the next pin is one that's a little bigger, a little longer, a little bit more extended, but not quite as good right down her top line, maybe not quite as wide all the way through. Gets a little narrower gauge and a little straighter made perhaps, but still a big scale hog that's relatively lean. Next young man brings that one coming out next. I think as we compare him to the pig he had in the last class, so it's a little bit more comfortable feet and legs wise than that one was. This one hog reads relatively lean, maybe not quite as opened up or quite as stout as we'd like to see in terms of total width or base width, but still one that's got some good in terms of having some size and having some cutability. Big hog coming out next is one that structurally we just start to run some issues the rest of the way down the line. This one's just a little too round hipped and just a little bit too off in terms of her movement. This one does have a little bit more muscle, I think, and I think the carcass merit of this one is better than 2 or 3 up above her. As we move down the line, a bigger scaled one that just gets a little too flat, a little too tight centered, just not quite enough muscle. Again, frame size and leanness is there, but not the product to go with it. Then we continue down the line. We move into one that's a little bit bigger centered, a little bit more productive looking, but one that gets a little bit off in terms of feet and legs, a little bit too narrow gauge right at the ground and at the knee. We just need to open that one up, make that one a little sounder and a little better designed to go ahead and like them a little bit better. But good class here. Thanks to these exhibitors in this class of confinement pigs.
The winner of Class 12 commercial gilts is Max Pitts of the Grant Clever Clovers. Second goes to Kirk Moaning of the Grant Clever Clovers. Now entering the ring is Class 13 commercial gilts. Carson Luch with the Union Livewires, Dylan Schrader with the Union Vikings, Brady Hirschman with the Kingsley Crowners, Avery Schrader with the Union Vikings, Marcus Moaning with the Grant Clever Clovers, Tia Tettinger with the Union Vikings, Marcus Moaning with the Grant Clever Clovers, and Braden Bruscher with the Grant Clever Clovers.
Again, just a little, kind of always enjoy to sort these. There's a lot of differences, a lot of similarities among them. I think the one that kind of stands out in this class is the young man's gilt in the middle of the ring. Probably one of the stouter featured kind of gilts that we've had. She's got a productive look. You get on top of her, there's muscle there. She's not as quite as extended, late maturing, and maybe clean as some of them, but she's really productive in her look. She handles her feet and legs really well. She's opened up at the ground a little bit better, and I think she's the most comfortable one that we've got in this class, and that's why she wins it in our opinion here. Young man's gilt over to my left here is going to be second. Gilt has got a little more product, I think, than some of them. She's opened up a little bit more on top side of her skeleton with a little bit more shape. Not quite as good designed as maybe the gilt right above her. It gets a little tighter, a little shorter in her stride, but a gilt that's got some size and some scale and some muscle to go along with it. Bigger scale gilt goes in third, longer bodied, a little more extended, relatively free of fat, but she doesn't have quite the overall width and dimension, particularly right behind her blade, and you get into her loin. Just like to open her up through her center body and down her top line to like her just a little bit better. Gilt that comes in fourth is one that's young lady and brings a really nicely presented one, got it all cleaned up and looking good, and she's really nice and attractive from the side. This one profiles really well. I just like to get, when you get on top of her or watch her come at you, just like to see a little bit more true width of muscle, a little bit more true dimension. But structurally and design-wise, this one I think works its way in the top four because of those attributes. Again, just like to put a little bit more muscle in her. Hog that comes out next is one that does have more muscle, and if you certainly just want to carcass them, I think she probably moves up one or two notches because she's got a lot of shape and expression of muscle up high. She is probably structurally the least correct of our top five, and that's why she gets knocked down a couple notches, but this one does have a lot of product and a lot of width. Similar story for the one coming out next. This one's got probably just a little bit more muscle than one or two up above her, but she needs to be redesigned just a little bit, make her just a little bit more comfortable up front, give her a little bit more true dimension right through the center portion of her body and a little bit more thickness behind, but that one does have some extra size and extra dimension to her. Big scale gilt comes out next, one that's really extended, really free of fat. Structurally, she's just a little bit too round made, gets a little too flat in her center, gets a little tighter in her flank, just doesn't have quite as much dimension to her, but she is big scaled and a really late maturing one nonetheless. The red one that comes out next, one that just gives up a little bit too much in terms of true muscle. She's a little forward in her knee and a little roached up in her top, and we like to change that about her. But mostly I'd like to put a little more product in this one to like her just a little bit better. And then as we round out the in this class, like I said, we just need to put a little bit more muscle, a little more product in these hogs down towards the bottom, but still some quality here from 1 to 8 or 9 in this class. So thanks to these exhibitors here in this class of commercials.
First place in Class 13 of commercial gilts is Brady Hirschman with the Kingsley Crowners. Second is Braden Bruscher with the Grant Clever Clovers. We will now select the champion commercial gilt.
As we finish up our market gilt division, this commercial division here, let's give these exhibitors a nice hand here and congratulate them on making it to our final market gilt drive. Certainly, the show is a little different than the one we had earlier in the market show, more the show pig side versus these hogs are a little more commercial oriented, and that's okay. They're two different sides of the same industry, and I certainly think we need to respect both of those enterprises. But I'm glad we've got opportunity for some of these pigs to show out here today. And ultimately, while they may not look exactly the same and some of the priorities are a little different, we're still evaluating the same things. We're still evaluating muscle. We're still evaluating carcass cutability and leanness. We're still evaluating structural correctness and design and productivity, or at least apparent productivity based on what we're visually able to assess. Certainly, I think these pigs do that relatively well. They're functional hogs. They're hogs that have some muscle relative to their peers. They're hogs that have some carcass merit relative to the other hogs that they drove against. And that's why they made it here to this final drive. There's a couple of them out here I think are in contention, but I think there's one that's just I think a little unique in terms of being muscular and being wide constructed and having muscle shape and having base width and still putting in a really sound functional kind of a package and a productive look to boot. Congratulations. The young man here coming out of our last class is going to have your champion commercial gilt. Congratulations.
The champion commercial gilt goes to Brady Hirschman of the Kingsley Crowners. And that trophy is sponsored by Prime Bank of Lamar's.
For reserve, we bring in our second place gilt, and another one that, again, as we talked about, has some of those fundamentals in terms of having some muscularity and having some shape and some carcass merit and those types of things. I think the one that does it the second best out here, maybe not the heaviest muscle, but I think one that's sound and functional and correct, looks like they can live and survive in any kind of environment and thrive, and still has enough product and muscle to be really competitive out here. Congratulations, young ladies. White gilt right here is going to be a reserve champion. Congratulations.
Reserve champion commercial gilt goes to Ruby Thompson of the Kingsley Patriots. And that trophy is sponsored by, I lost the page, Prime Bank of Lamar's also. Trophy winners, reminder to make sure and get your picture taken by Farm Bureau. Also, all exhibitors, remember to sign up for the ribbon auction by 3 p.m. today. Now entering the ring is Class 14 Commercial Barrows. Lucas Sheehan of the Union Livewires. Kenzie Nehas of the Grant Clever Clovers has 3 entries. Owen Schrader of the Union Vikings. Another entry for Kenzie Nehas. Owen Schrader of the Union Vikings. Mick Schneff of the Union Vikings. Eli Schrader of the Union Vikings. And Isabella Tomlinson of the Union Vikings. Some additional entries in Class 14. Carson Neas, Keelan Stanton has 2 entries.
a bigger class. This one's a little bit trickier maybe to put together, and apologize for walking these pigs a little bit longer than maybe ideal, or getting a little hot and getting a little broken down. But we're going to start with the up-eared barrow over here. Certainly one that shows you some evidence of some width and some product. He's a productive looking kind of a barrow that the young man has here in the middle of these three. Certainly you'd like to change the design and clean him up just a little bit underneath. But I think a barrow that's relatively stout, that's got some product and got some shape down his top, and that's why he's going to go ahead and stand in second. Young lady's barrow is going to be next. One that gives up a little bit of muscle volume and a little bit of product, maybe to a couple of the pigs in class, but I think is relatively productive in his look. I just like to make him a little trimmer, a little cleaner all the way through to like this guy a little bit better, put a little bit more true width of shape in him to like him just a little bit higher. Barrow that comes out next is one that's fairly comfortable on his feet and legs and pretty athletic relative to the class. Gets a little lighter muscle, a little breaks up behind that blade just a little bit. Just like change that about him to like him just a little bit better in this drive. Young man's barrow's kind of getting a little bit hot and broken down over here and starts to really struggle. Thought this guy might do a little better because he does have a little bit more muscle than some of them. Really starting to labor off that front end. You can see those joints are just not quite as clean as maybe you'd like to see him. So we just need to make this guy be able to handle his time out here in the ring just a little bit better to like him a little higher in class. Red-bellied one's a little bigger, a little bit more extended. Just gives up a little bit too much total width and muscle, perhaps from end to end. But still a nice design kind of a barrel relative to the class. And I like those things about him. I like his extra elevation that he brings out here in this particular drive. Young man coming out next is one that's got some extra size and length. He just gets structurally a little bit too messed up on his rear too. Gets a little too straight and frail back there. Just like to see this guy a little bit better in terms of his feet and legs. Put a little more product in him to like him just a little bit better. Down here, barrow coming out next is one that gives up a little bit too much again in terms of design and structural correctness. Gets a little too upright off either end. It just isn't able to handle it. But he does have a little bit more muscle shape, I think, than some of the pigs in class, and that's why we get him up here where we do. Moving on down the line, speckle-rumped barrow that comes out in pin number 5 there. One that gets just a little bit bigger in his kind, a little bit more extended. But a barrow, I think, as we study him, gets a little bit flatter all the way through, particularly when he comes at you and goes away. Just need to open him up. Put a little bit more true muscle shape in this guy to like him a little bit better. As we get down towards our bottom 3 in class, we move into another barrow that structurally just isn't quite as correct as he needs to be. Breaks up in his top and a little too rigid and restricted off those rear two, maybe compared to where we'd like, but certainly a barrow that's got some extra size. Bigger scale barrow here that's a little longer, probably a little bit more comfortable on his feet and legs, but also probably the lightest muscled one we've let out to this point, which is why we got to get a little tougher on him. Then young ladies brings a barrow out here that's one that's a little bit more extended, got a little more body and product, but gets a little flatter and gives up just a little bit too much in terms of total muscle volume to get him more competitive in class. So good class here of market barrows in his commercial division.
First in Class 14 commercial barrows was Owen Schrader of the Union Vikings. Second went to Isabella Tomlinson of the Union Vikings. If you're starting to get a little hungry, we will be breaking for lunch after Class 16. The pork producers have some fabulous pork products for us right after Class 16. Now entering the ring is Class 15 commercial barrows. Alex Schrader with the Union Vikings, Lucas Sheehan with the Union Livewires, Cooper Luch with the Union Livewires, Paxton Bauma with the Grant Little Giants, Aaron Lee with the Lamar's FFA, Finn Thompson with the Kingsley Patriots, and Ruby Thompson with the Kingsley Patriots.
interesting class in that some of the ones that have a little bit more product in them are the ones that have some more structural issues. Some of the ones that are a little better designed, I think, are maybe don't have quite as much total muscle, and that's what makes it a little tricky to line this up logically. But I guess in my mind, the one that does both those things acceptably well is the young man over here to my left. This barrow is one that's fairly productive in his look. He's pretty big centered to get on top of him. He's got an adequate amount of width. He comes at you with a little more width in his chest, which gives you an indication there's a little bit more true product there. A barrow that I would like to see a little more shape in and clean him up along his loin edge a little bit, give him a little more width right through his stifle. But he's relatively comfortable on his feet and legs. He's got a relatively productive look. And I think of our top 2 or 3, he's got a little bit more true shape, particularly right behind his blade, than a couple of them up but down below him. One that's in second is one that's very similar in the class. They want the little blue up by his tail. One that's, again, fairly similar in terms of design, a big centered kind of a barrow that just gets a little flatter and a little lighter muscle maybe than ideal, although I think he's still certainly adequate there relative to the class. Young lady's going to be third, and if this one was a little sounder, I think we'd like this one a little bit better. Gets a little bit too restricted of movement up front, but this barrow's relatively lean, has some shape and muscle, particularly as you get to the back half of that loin. Like to change him behind his blade, make him a little sounder to go ahead and like this one just a little bit better. Young man going to be in fourth here with this speckled up barrow here. One that's big in its kind, is fairly comfortable on the move, is fairly flexible in terms of his movement, but a little frail and just a little light muscle relative to the class. We just need to open this guy up, make him a little bit, put a little more product in this guy to like him a little bit better. Young man coming out next is one that does have more muscle, and I will certainly be the first to concede that compared to 1 or 2 of them above him. This one really labors off his front end. He's really struggling in terms of his movement up front, and we just need to make this guy a little bit more comfortable on his feet and legs to like him a little bit better. Very similar story for this one, really well presented. Good job getting this one prepared today, but he's just structurally is just a little bit too restricted, kind of some swelling on those hocks and joints. We just need to make him a little more comfortable. And then the one that's got some shape in his top has got a pretty big loin eye in him, particularly when you get right behind his blade is this red belted one. He is just really labors off either end, particularly out of that hip. A little too round constructed on hip, and that makes it really hard for him to be comfortable out here. That's where we need to change him. Just from a carcass cutability standpoint, though, I think that was going to be pretty tough to beat in this drive. We just got to make him walk a little bit more comfortably to allow him to stand higher in class. So good class here in this commercial division.
First place in Class 15 commercial barrows goes to Lucas Sheehan of the Union Livewires. Second goes to Cooper Luch of the Union Livewires. Now entering the ring is Class 16 commercial barrows. Carson Luch with the Union Livewires, Cooper Luch with the Union Livewires, Max Pitts with Grant Clever Clovers, Gracie Schrader with the Union Vikings, Owen Schrader with the Union Vikings, Mitchell Sneff with the Union Vikings has 2 entries, and Finn Thompson with the Kingsley Patriots.
Well, another really challenging class to put some logic to, and I think that's because we've got the pigs that have the most muscle have also the most structural issues in this drive, and then we end up with the ones that can get around just a little bit better. They don't have quite as much product, but I am a little more comfortable using ones that can get out and go and survive and function out here in the ring, and that's why this young man's going to win the class here in the middle of the ring. Barrow that's got some center body, got some depth of rib. You get up on top of him, and yeah, there's not a ton of muscle there, but he does have some width and some dimension. Just like to open him up, put a little more product on that frame, but structurally this guy's a little bit more functional. He's got a relatively productive look, and that's why he's going to be the class winner here today. One in second is one that's very similar to that one in terms of his build design. He's just a little flatter right through his rib and all the way out through his rump, particularly out through his stifle. Just needs to see a little more muscle evidence in this guy. But this one does actually open up in his chest better than some down below him. Just doesn't have as much evidence of shape right through that loin and out through his stifle. Young man's barrow in third does have more muscle, but he's also the least structurally correct of our top three. He gets a little more labored off either end, breaks up behind his shoulder just a little bit. Kind of wants to run downhill, and just his skeleton isn't built as well as maybe we'd like to see him. But this guy does have some productivity and some grow and some muscle in him. Young man's barrow that comes in fourth is similar, just a smaller version, I think, of the one right above him. He labors a little bit too much up front as well, but this one does have some chest width. It does have some shape up top. I wish this guy could get out and go just a little bit better, because I think I like to use one that's got a little bit more evidence of product, particularly right through this top side of his skeleton like this guy does. But he wants to labor pretty hard off either end and just isn't quite as comfortable maybe as he needs to be. Similar story for the young ladies. Big barrow coming out next. This guy's a little bigger than his kind, a little more extended, maybe not quite as much product in him. He wants to get a little over in that knee, and in terms of the way he plants and drives, he gets a little flatter right through his center portion of his rib. I like to open that guy up just a little bit, make him a little more comfortable on his feet and legs. Barrow here that's got a little bit more product. This might be the heaviest muscle one that we've got in class in terms of just total dimension of muscle. And maybe if that's all you're looking for, then I think that's okay. You can move him up a little bit. He also has a little more evidence of fat cover. I think he also has a little more issues from a skeletal standpoint. Red Roan coming out next is one that's a little bigger. These last two just get placed down mostly because feet and legs are just not allowing them to get out and go the way they need to. This guy really labors off his front end, takes a really short step up front, gets a little flat and harsh in his rib. But this guy's big and lean and got some good in him. Similar story for the red kind of off-belted barrow here. A little bit more extended, got a little more evidence of shape right behind his blade, but he's also one that labors a little bit more and really has some issues off those rear too. So we just need to put some cutability on a frame that's going to allow him to get out and move out here a little bit better in the ring in this class of commercial barrows.
The winner of Class 16 commercial barrows goes to Mitchell Schneff. And second place also to Mitchell Schneff of the Union Vikings. We're going to break for lunch now for about 25 minutes. So we'll plan on starting again at 12:53. Forget the pork producers have a nice meal for us out behind the show ring. Pork dogs. So go grab one. They're free. Now entering the ring is the second class listed as class number 15 in the program. Grant Schrader with the Union Vikings, Avery Schrader with the Union Vikings, Mitchell Schnepp with the Union Vikings, Ruby Thompson with the Kingsley Patriots, Avery Schrader with the Union Vikings, Mason Pitts with the Grant Clever Clovers, Gracie Schrader with the Union Vikings, Finn Thompson with the Kingsley Patriots, Grant Schrader with the Union Vikings, Mick Schnepp with the Union Vikings, and Ruby Thompson with the Kingsley Patriots.
Nice class of commercial barrows here, and I think the logical place to start, the young lady along the rail there, 324. I think this is the barrow that has some muscle, has some width, is fairly functional in terms of his build and design. Certainly he's not perfect. You'd like to stouten him up in his structure. You'd like to maybe give him just a little more attractive look from the side, but fundamentally this one's got some muscle, got some volume, got some rib shape. I think he handles it acceptably well, if not ideal in terms of his feet and legs. But this is the hog that's got production and carcass merit, I think, on him, and that's the place we end up starting. A little bigger barrow is going to be in second. A barrow that certainly maybe not as attractive, but a barrow that young man has on the far side here that's got some shape and some muscle. A little bigger frame kind of a barrow, a little bit more extended. Get on top of him. You like the amount of muscle this guy has and the amount of dimension that he has down his top. Maybe not quite as bold as the barrow that he gets beat by, but still one that's functionally and fundamentally fairly good. We could just set him back in his knee, make him a little more comfortable on his feet and legs, maybe open him up even a little wider. We'd like him just a little bit better. Kind of an interesting barrow in third here the young lady has. He's a really productive kind of appearing barrow. He's got some shape and some dimension to him. A barrow that's a little lower set to the ground, a little smaller, a little more broken down on those feet, a little heavy in his jowl and through his lower third. But there is product in this barrow, and that's a productive appearing kind of a barrow. That's why he gets up into third place. Barrow that's pretty nice on the side in terms of his design and build is the young man's barrow on the rail here. One that just gets a little too flat, just not quite as much muscle in him. That's why we get a little tough on him and knock him down to fourth. But you certainly appreciate the design and build that this guy has for us out here to get into the top four. We let that next barrow out, and one that I think if this one had just a little bit more width and dimension to him, I think we'd like this guy fairly well, because I think his build and design and structural correctness, I think, is pretty good. He just gets a little too flat. There's not quite enough muscle on that frame to allow him to stand a little bit higher. Big barrow coming out next is one that's similar from that respect. It's just a little too narrow gauge, a little flatter, but compared to the barrow above him, he's just not quite as good in terms of his feet and legs, just a little frailer and a little more restricted in terms of his overall movement. A little more muscle in the guy coming out next, one that's got a little bit more product in him. He probably labors the most of any that we've seen up to this point in terms of his design. He breaks a little harshly right behind his shoulder blade. Like to fix that about him and make him a little more comfortable out here. But I think a high cutability barrow. Similar story here, a fairly lean trim pattern kind of a barrow, one that's got some trimness along that loin edge. He just gets a little too flat, a little too straight and rigid out of it in his movement off either end. Young lady has one that's designed pretty similarly to those two. Bigger scale, longer pattern kind of barrow, really late in his maturity pattern, but wants to break pretty harshly in his blade. Just doesn't open up right through the center portion of his body quite as well as maybe we like to see ideally, but still a high cutability kind of a barrow coming out next. Barrow here maybe not quite as clean underneath, but still reads, I think, acceptable in terms of his cutability. Not as much muscle in this guy, though. He gets a little frailer and a little flatter all the way through, but I do think this guy handles his feet and legs relatively well. Kind of round out the class here, we get down to these bottom pair. So these are ones that just structurally are just laboring a little too much. This guy's a little roached up in his top and broken behind his blade, gets a little straight and rigid off either end. Similar for this barrow that comes in next. A barrow that's certainly got some probably a little more product than one or two up above him, but this guy labors just a little too harshly off its front end. Just need to make him a little more comfortable out here and put a little bit more product on that frame to like him a little better. But good class here of our get into this heaviest of their commercial barrows.
First in class 15 commercial barrows was Ruby Thompson. Second was Finn Thompson, both the Kingsley Patriots. Now entering the ring is class 17 commercial barrows. Mason Pitts with the Grant Clever Clovers. Max Schnepp with the Union Vikings. Finn Thompson with the Kingsley Patriots. Alex Schrader with the Union Vikings. Tori Tettinger with the Union Vikings. Brady Hirschman with the Kingsley Crowners. Max Schnepp with the Union Vikings. Mick Schnepp with the Union Vikings. Eli Schrader with the Union Vikings. Marcus Moning with the Grant Clever Clovers. Kirk Moning with the Grant Clever Clovers. And Carson Luch with the Union Livewires.
an interesting class of barrows here as we get through the heaviest of the weights. And the barrow on the far end is going to be your class winner. This is the barrow that has just has the most to him. He's just the most productive in his look. He's the thickest all the way through. He's the widest in his pins and widest in his stifle as you get back through his ham. A barrow that's got quite a bit of dimension to him. He's not perfect structurally, and he's not perfect in his build and design, but I think he's acceptable in all those aspects, and that's why he ends up winning the class. The best looking, best designed, probably the most comfortable one is the one that's going to be second. That's this kind of red roan one the young man has. This one had just a little bit more width, just a little bit more power in him. I think we could get this one up, maybe one more notch, but wants to get a little too flat, a little too narrow gauged all the way through. But this one's comfort level is really good and still has some lean shape to him, just not quite as much total product in this one compared to some of the others in the class. We move down the line here, and in our other two barrows here, the barrow closest to me is one that just is a little flatter and a little bit narrower gauge, doesn't have quite as much dimension to him. The speckle barrow is one that does have a little bit more center body, and particularly from the side, you get a little disappointed when you get right behind him, right through his stifle, and doesn't show you quite as much dimension from right through that center portion of that ham. But that barrow still has some lean muscle shape in him, and that's why he's going to be here in our top three. We already talked about the fourth barrow. We'll just drop down one more here and let this young man out with a white barrow that I think if this one was structurally a little bit more correct, we might be able to get him up one or two notches, a little round and tight out through his hip and a little bit more restricted in terms of his movement. A barrow that's got some extra size, extra length. I think this one's really relatively free of fat and reads relatively lean. I think from a carcass value standpoint, he'll be fine, but we just need to make him a little sounder and open him up just a little bit more total product in him to like him better. Similar for the barrow coming out next is one that's a little bigger in his kind, a little bit more extended. A barrow that I think if we could just open him up off either end, make him a little bit more flexible, I think we'd like that guy just a little bit better. Red belted barrow is one that is, again, really long in that cannon bone and really elevated and really extended. Kind of wants to roach up in his top and gets just a little bit flatter and a little bit straighter in all those joints. There is some muscle dimension up top. It gets a little flatter when you get right behind him. It doesn't hit the ground quite as wide maybe as you like to see him, but that barrow's got some extra size and lateness and maturity. Similar on this barrow's really big in its kind, really late maturing kind of a barrow, reads relatively free of fat for this heavy weight, just gets a little too upright and a little too restricted in terms of his movement. Get down the rest of the class, we either run into structural issues or muscle issues, and muscle is the issue with this red wide belted barrow here. He gets just a little too flat, just a little peaked over his top, doesn't have as much true muscle shape when you get in that loin and work it all the way back on him. Just like to elevate him up front, put a little more shape down that top to like him just a little bit better. Young man's barrow coming out next does have that extra muscle shape. I think he gets a little bit more restricted and he's really over on his knees. Just like to set him back there and give him a little higher comfort level off either end. But there is a little bit more muscle shape in this guy compared to a couple of the barrows coming down the line in class. Big barrow comes out next is another one that does have a little bit more muscle shape than some of them. But I think this barrow kind of wants to get a little bit off in terms of his design and build. He gets a little bit rounder in his overall makeup, comes at you a little bit narrower in that chest and doesn't show quite as much expression up high, although I think there is enough muscle relative to the class to still make him reasonably competitive if we can make him structurally a little bit better. Finally, the barrow here, this kind of red roan one here is one that's big in its kind, is extended, that has some extra dimension and is fairly free of fat, but he gets probably as flat and probably as straight made as any. So that combination of issues just doesn't allow him to place quite as high maybe as we'd like to see him here in class. So good set here as we finish up the heavyweights.
The winner of Class 17 commercial barrows is Finn Thompson with the Kingsley Patriots. Second went to Max Schnepp with the Union Vikings.
Well, as we finish up our commercial barrow division, first let's give a nice hand for these 5 exhibitors and everybody who showed in our commercial division here today. It is a different look, and like I said earlier, I mean the commercial drive here, more commercial-oriented hogs versus some of those show pigs. And like I said, we're still evaluating the same things. We're still looking at muscle and leanness. We're still looking at rib shape and apparent productivity. We're still looking at structural correctness and design. It's just the emphasis on some of those traits is just a little bit different in how we, and their purpose is slightly different even though we're in the same industry. So I've tried to apply some of those principles to these as well, make them hogs that I think have some cutability and have some function that look like they're fairly productive and look like they have some design and build and some correctness. Looks like they have the ability to go into a confinement building and thrive. I think for me and Reagan here, there's a couple of them that are in consideration, and I think the one that truly has the most true width is truly the really productive appearing one that has some muscle. I think there's a pair, but I think one does it just a little better. Didn't get to see much of him in this final drive, but the young man's barrow out of the last class, the heaviest one in the very corner, will be your champion commercial. Congratulations.
Champion commercial barrow goes to Finn Thompson of the Kingsley Patriots. That trophy is sponsored by Dean and Linda Schrader.
Well, for reserve, we bring the second in that class, a big scale, long-bodied one that was kind of nice design, but maybe not quite as much muscle. I think several of these other ones are very similar. They're relatively sound. They're relatively productive. Maybe not quite as powerful, but I think there's one that has a little bit more true evidence of production and muscle dimension. Certainly not perfect, but certainly one I think does a lot of things really well. The young lady's white barrow there on the far side will be a reserve champion. Congratulations to her.
Reserve champion commercial barrow went to Ruby Thompson of the Kingsley Patriots. That trophy is sponsored by Rick, Stacy, Owen, and Gracie Schrader. Trophy winners, please remember to go get your picture taken by Farm Bureau, and also make sure to send thank yous to your trophy donors. In the ring is Class 18, Adopt-A-Pig Gilts, Greta Harper with the Lucky Liberty Lopers, Emma Brennan with the Classy Clovers, Brooklyn Britt with the Stanton Lucky Clovers, Olivia Spenner with the Union Vikings, Sophie Brennan with the Classy Clovers, Maisie Britt, Stanton Lucky Clovers, Carter Hensley, Lucky Liberty Lopers, Blake Worth with the Classy Clovers, Blake Shaner with the Lincoln Toppers, and Maya Kavarna with the Lucky Liberty Lopers.
we're here in our adopt-a pig, and I'll let somebody maybe explain it that knows a little bit more exactly the details. But I know this is a really educational project. Some of these young people that may not have the facilities or the opportunity to raise them at home, I think they have put an educational series together for these young exhibitors where they get to witness some of the parts of the production process of these pigs, how we raise them, harvest them, and all the different things in between that make this this industry work. And certainly I applaud the people here that have put this project together. I think it's a very worthwhile and educational project, and I'm glad to see you guys out here in the ring today. So we are going to evaluate them live, just like a regular show here, but I think the educational experience that you guys have gained throughout the year is certainly probably the most valuable part of this, and I hope you guys are glad that for the people that put this thing together and gave you a chance to do it. We're going to start with the young lady's belted gilt, or red off-belted gilt along the rail, one that's really, I think, just the soundest, best design, one that still has some muscle and some width, really sound structured, and has some shape and has some dimension to her. I think just a really complete one to go ahead and start win the class. Our royalty over here is going to be second in class. Congratulations to her. Another one that's got some muscle and got some rib and some volume. A pig that's I think needs to be a little sounder maybe compared to our class winner to be able to compete. But I think from a production standpoint and from a product standpoint, I think this one's awfully good. Third place is going to be our red gilt over here, one that's just not sound enough, and maybe she's placed just a notch higher, maybe in terms of her from her structure standpoint, but she's a big scale gilt that has some shape and has some muscle, and that's why she's going to be placed where she does. We move into fourth. We move into kind of a roan one that is a little bigger, just has some more, again, also some more structural issues just from a movement standpoint that don't allow her to kind of get out and go the way she needs to, but still a big scale gilt that's relatively lean and still has some muscle dimension to her, and that's why she's going to end up here in our top four. We move down the line. We'll try to talk about your pigs as we let them out. Another red pig here that's pretty big in her kind and pretty extended, very free of fat. She just doesn't have quite the total width or dimension or muscle dimension to her. Doesn't have quite the overall structural correctness, but this is a really high catability one that the young lady has, and doing a nice job with her here in the ring. We move down into a couple white pigs here coming out next. A little more moderate one, probably a little stouter featured one than maybe a couple of them up above her. Wants to break down in her top line just a little bit. Not quite as comfortable on her feet and legs, but the young lady does a nice job with the gilt that still has a fairly productive look about her. A little bigger scale, longer, later maturing one comes out next. It's relatively free of fat and lean. Gets a little just a little less comfortable off those rear two, and maybe not quite as much total muscle dimension right through the lower third, particularly as you get right behind her through the stifle in that ham, but still a big gilt that's relatively lean. Same story on this one, bigger scale, longer body, later maturing one that just isn't quite as structurally correct as some, but a high catability one nonetheless. The red belted one that the young lady has, doing a nice job with, is one that's a little bit more productive in terms of her look maybe from the side, but just gets a little bit too straight and a little too flat right in her center when you really analyze the way she's made through her center portion of her body, like their depth of side and heaviness of structure relative to the class, but maybe not quite as much total to her. And then the gilt that rounds this out here is one that's got some extra length, but probably gives up a little bit too much in muscle and too much in width to go ahead and allow her to stand higher. But nice class, big round of applause for these kids as they head back to the barn.
The Class 18 Adopt-A-Pig Gilt winner was Brooklyn Britt with the Stanton Lucky Clovers. Second went to Emma Brennan with the Classy Clovers. Now entering the ring is Class 19 Adopt-A-Pig Gilts. Luke Britt with the Classy Clovers. Kyler Langle with the Union Vikings. Lily Kavarna with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Reagan Hensley with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Addison Kavarna with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Afton Moran with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Abigail Tilburg with the Classy Clovers, and Wyatt Shaner with the Lincoln Toppers.
second class in our adopted pig class. And nice set of pigs here. And the young lady here with the red gilt is going to be your class winner. So congratulations to her. I think just the nicest balance. Give her a hand. She deserves it. Nicely balanced gilt that still has some muscle and some width, and I think a gilt that balances up as well. She's as comfortable in terms of her feet and legs as any, and I think from a muscle standpoint, I don't think she gives up much to any of the rest in the class. I think just a really solid, complete, fundamentally good kind of a gilt to go ahead and win. The blue gilt, the young lady in the green shirt, is going to be second. Long pattern, nicely designed gilt, a gilt that balances really well. A gilt that's really attractive from the side. Maybe you change her rear legs just a little bit. Maybe you give her another little shot of muscle. But I think relative to the class, I think she does those things relatively well, and I think that's why she's going to go ahead and be second. Young lady here, a little closer to me, is going to be third. Similar style kind of a gilt. One that gets just a little flatter all the way through. Doesn't have quite the overall muscle dimension, maybe some of them, but she's a nice design, well-constructed. Gilt puts on a really comfortable kind of a skeleton relative to this class. If we could put a little shot of muscle, I think we'd make this one even a little more competitive here towards the top. Young lady comes out in fourth is another one that's got some extra size and length, a fairly lean, high cuttability gilt that just gives up a little bit too much in terms of muscle and dimension to go ahead and allow her to be competitive. Just need to open her up, put a little bit more dimension on that big frame to go ahead and allow her to move up one or two notches. Young man coming out next has got one that's pretty big in her kind, fairly extended, just not structurally quite as good. She gets a little off on her rear legs and gets a little broken up in her top. We just like to level her off, make her a little more comfortable on her feet and legs, put a little shot of muscle in her to like her just a little bit better. A little more productive appearing one comes out next, one that's got a little bit more center body, a little more depth of side, but maybe not quite as much true muscle in her. She's carrying just a little bit more evidence of fat cover, maybe not quite as much evidence of muscle as maybe you'd like to see in her, but still a fairly functional, sound kind of a gilt to go ahead and stand next in line. Then we move down the line, we move in a couple that maybe just structurally aren't quite as good. The big gilt here is one that's just a little messed up off her rear legs. We'd like to make her just a little more comfortable on her feet and legs. She does have a little more muscle than one or two of them above her in class, but just doesn't have the structural integrity maybe to drive her up the line a little bit. Young man wearing the cap here, it comes out next. He's got another one that's big in her kind, that's really extended, that's very free of fat, but also gets a little bit too straight and a little bit too restricted in terms of her movement. We just need to open this one up and make her a little more comfortable on her feet and legs to go on that big lean skeleton to like this one a little bit better. So nice class here, nice hand for these kids as they head back to the barn.
First in Class 19 adopted pig gilts was Lily Kavarna. Second was Reagan Hensley, both with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Now entering the ring is Class 20 adopted pig gilts. Aiden Langle with the Union Vikings, Adeline Worth with the Lucky Liberty Lopers, Jack Griffin with the Kingsley Patriots, Allison Helfling with the Lucky Liberty Lopers, Kensley Kramer with the Stanton Lucky Clovers, Sarah Tilburg with the Classy Clovers, Torin Stearns with the Stanton Lucky Clovers, and Faith Spenner with the Union Vikings.
Another interesting class here, and we're going to start with a pair of red ones over on the far side to go first and second. The young man against the rail there, 163, is going to be your class winner. Certainly a gilt that I think is pretty attractive from the side, well balanced. She's fairly lean down her top. She's got some shape and expression of muscle, really clean underneath, not a lot of excess fat on her. You'd like to make her a little looser structured, make her a little freer and easier in her movement, but she still handles herself relatively well compared to the class, and I think just balances up, has that combination of muscle and leanness that we like to see, and that's going to get her up towards the top. The belted one that's along the rail there is going to be second. I think one similar in terms of her carcass merit. I think one that's got some shape, maybe carrying a little bit more cover than the one we just talked about, but certainly one that I think has some dimension, has a productive kind of a look about her. She too needs to be loosened up on her feet and legs just a little bit to like her a little bit better. The white one here is a similar build to those two. Maybe gets a little flatter all the way through. Maybe you'd like to open her up and give her a little bit more total dimension right through her center body and right down her top. But still, here's still a gilt that's got some exercise and some length and some leanness. I think that one's still a really nice gilt to stand in third. A young lady going to be in fourth has got the most unique one maybe in the class. This is the one that's really heavy muscled and really wide constructed, huge center, really productive look about her, and I like all those things exceptionally well. She's also one that's probably up to this point probably the least correct in terms of her feet and legs. She kind of wants to break up behind her shoulder. She's the wastiest through her lower third, so she has some of the most positive things about her in the class. She has some of the most negative things up to this point in that class, and ends up why she ends up in that fourth hole. We move down into 5, 6, 7 here, a bigger scale gilt that's a little longer, that gets just a little flatter made right through her center body and through her in terms of her muscle, a little straighter made, but still a big scale, lean kind of a gilt nonetheless. Young lady's doing a nice job with her kind of red roan speckled up one here, big scale, long bodied, relatively lean, just not quite enough to her, and she's a little rounder in terms of her structural makeup, just like to make her a little looser and a little bit more pulled apart from end to end. And then finally, the young lady does a nice job with this white one she too gets just a little bit more restricted in terms of her movement, maybe a little flatter made right all the way through her body, but still a high cutability, kind of a gilt to round out the class. So a nice hand here, nice job by these exhibitors in this Adopt-A-Pig.
Now in the ring is Class 21 Adopt-A-Pig Gilts. William Cavarno with the Union Vikings, Ella Clemmy with the Classy Clovers, Riley Spenner with the Union Vikings, Chloe Bolke with the Liberty Perry Pacers, Kennedy Hensley with the Lucky Liberty Lopers, Greta Tilburg with the Classy Clovers, Mesa Zelmer with the Lucky Liberty Lopers, Jet Stearns with the Stanton Lucky Clovers, Brecken Sharp with the Lucky Liberty Lopers, and Lane Harpenaugh with the Union Vikings.
Another nice class in this adopted pig division. The young man going along the rail there with his white gilt will be your class winner. Nice job by him with really expressively muscled gilt, one that's got some shape and expression. She not perfect on her feet and legs. She's a little straighter than ideal, but she still handles herself fairly well. She balances up nicely. She's got some rib shape and some center body. I think the most complete one that we have in class. Young lady here is going to be second with her kind of calico gilt that is going up along the rail. Gilt that's got some muscle and some width and some dimension to her. Not designed quite as nicely. She runs her roach up in her top and gets a little lower set through the front end and doesn't balance up quite as nicely. Maybe gets a little straighter and a little more rigid on her feet and legs than ideal. But that gilt still got a lot of muscle and a lot of volume and a lot of productivity in her to stand here in second place. Young lady here is going to be third, one that's got some extra length and some extension, a fairly lean made kind of a gilt. Just doesn't have quite enough muscle to go ahead and compete with the top end of the class, but still one that's got a lot of good in her. Young lady there along the rail is going to be fourth, another one that's very similar to one right above her. Just doesn't have quite as much overall width or mass and dimension to her, but this is a gilt that's really nicely designed, really sound and functional in terms of her makeup. Good job by this young lady with her gilt there in fourth. We move down the line and we get into a gilt coming out next that's big in her kind, that's extended, that's probably a little leaner and trimmer than some of the gilts down below her, but she gets just a little bit flatter and maybe a little bit more restricted, kind of tucked up in that flank and just a little more restricted off those rear two. Just need to make her a little bit more comfortable, put a little more muscle shape in her, excuse me, to like her just a little bit better. Bigger scale, longer battery gilt here that's fairly lean, that just gets a little flatter, a little narrower gauged, maybe not quite as comfortable in her movement. The young lady's white gilt coming out next does a nice job with the one that's got a little bit more depth of side and a little bit more productivity in terms of her look from the side, but she gets a little straighter made, a little less comfortable out here in terms of her movement. Young lady's red roan kind of gilt coming out next is one that's a little bigger in her kind, a little bit more extended. She too gets just a little straighter and just a little flatter all the way through, but certainly appreciate the extra frame size and depth of body that this gilt presents to us. And then gilt coming out next is one that's I think gives you a pretty productive look from the side, but certainly in a little bit more fat cover relative to the amount of muscle that she has. She just doesn't have quite the percent lean maybe that we'd like to see in her ideally, but a really nice sound kind of a gilt and a gilt that's fairly attractive from the side. And then the gilt young man coming out next is one that's bigger in her kind, probably a little leaner and trimmer than the gilt right above her, but also gets one that breaks up in her top. It gets a little, probably the least structurally correct of the ones we've got in this class. That's why we get a little tough on her, but this is still a high cutability gilt nonetheless. So nice class here, thanks to these exhibitors here as we finish up our market gilt division.
The winner of Class 21 Adopt-A-Pig Gilts was Jet Stearns with the Stanton Lucky Clovers. Second went to Ella Clemmy with the Classy Clovers.
As we finish up the market portion of our adopted pig, let's give a nice hand for these 4 young exhibitors here and congratulate them on making it to your final drive here. Nice job by all of them, and again, a great program, and excited that you guys are participating, and I hope you guys got a lot out of it. Talking to you, some of you guys have mentioned that you did and really enjoyed it, so I'm always glad to hear that, and I hope you gained a lot of it and enjoy your experience out here in the ring. So we do have to name a champion, and I think there's a lot of give and take amongst the 4, and I think you can justify doing a lot of different things. For me, there's one that's gotten to a heavyweight and is probably one of the most muscular ones, and I don't think there's a ton of difference in terms of design and structure. I think they're all maybe not ideal, but I think they're all acceptable, and that's generally why they got out of their class. But the one I think puts that together with some extra muscle and some extra productivity, young man with the white gilt coming out of our last class here is going to have your champions. Congratulations.
The champion Adopt-A-Pig gilt goes to Jet Stearns with the Stanton Lucky Clovers.
For reserve, we bring out our second heavyweight and compete against our 3 class winners. And again, I think there's some give and take. There's some pigs that have some advantages in terms of design. There's some pigs that have some advantages in terms of total muscle mass. I think the one that's the most complete, though, in terms of having some muscle, having some productivity, and having some look, and still having some structural correctness. I like the young lady in the corner, number 102. The young blonde lady is going to have your reserve champion. Congratulations to her.
Reserve champion went to Lily Cavarna with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. The Adopt-A-Pig gilt trophies were sponsored by the Union Vikings 4-H Club and Dennis Baldwin. Now entering the ring is Class 22 Adopt-A-Pig Barrows. Kaylin Keegan with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Kinley Keegan with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Brooklyn Britt with the Stanton Lucky Clovers. Sophia Brennan with the Classy Clovers. Emma Brennan with the Classy Clovers. Jack Griffin with the Kingsley Patriots. Maisie Britt with the Stanton Lucky Clovers. Blake Schoenher with the Lincoln Toppers. Sarah Tilburg with the Classy Clovers, and Ella Clemmy with the Classy Clovers.
A nice class of barrows here as we get in some work through these weights. And we're going to start with the red belted barrow young lady has going along the side there. I think just the best designed one that still has a little bit of muscle shape up top, and that's why that one's going to win. Not the most attractive. You got a little extra waist through that jowl. Maybe not this quite as pulled apart as you'd like to see her, or see him rather, but this one is relatively sound. It has some depth aside, has some shape up top. I think just the most best combination of having some muscle and having some correctness of build and design to go ahead and win the class. Similar story, this white barrow that's going to be second is one that's, again, you like to throw a little bit more muscle in that one, but this one still got a pretty productive look from the side, has some depth aside, has some balance from the profile. We just need to put a little bit more shape and muscle in that one to like him just a little bit better. Blue barrow is going to be third, a similar kind of a barrow. Maybe gets a little flatter all the way through, and you'd just like to change that about him. Gets a little frail in terms of his makeup, but the barrow, I think, still from a percent lean standpoint, is probably a little bit better than some of them up and down the line, especially when we consider among the ones that have a little bit more production to them. Barrow that kind of Hereford-looking barrow here that comes out next is one that's big in its kind and really extended and very lean, but just not enough center body. You can see this one gets a little tucked up in his flank and a little shallow, but from a percent lean standpoint, I think this one's awfully good and still does have some shape of muscle up top. The blue saddleback barrow here coming out next is one that's, I think, got some probably a little more productive look, a little deeper flank than the one right above him. But again, we're starting to get a little too flat and just not quite enough true muscle in this one. This gets a little narrow gauged all the way through relative to some of those in the class. The other kind of red belted barrow coming out next looks a little bit like the one a couple of spots above him. Gets bigger in his kind, fairly lean, but just gets a little bit shallow in his body, a little bit tighter in the center, not quite as much total width all the way through, but still a reasonably barrow that's reasonably lean and has some cutability about him. Move down the line, another red belted, off belted one comes out next. One that's extra big in his kind and extra extended, very lean, but this one gets a little just too flat and hard centered. We just need to open this one up in his middle, make him a little more comfortable on his feet and legs, go with that extra cutability that he brings to us. Next barrow out is one that is a little more productive perhaps in his look. Got a little bit more center body and a little bit more dimension, but also structurally probably struggles a little bit more. And you get right behind this one, the percent of fat compared to muscle on this one gets just a little bit out of whack compared to some of those in the class. Next barrow coming out is one that's big in its kind. Again, a relatively high cutability kind of a barrow, but not enough total product on this one and not quite enough structural correctness to allow this one to stand just a little bit higher in class. And then finally, another barrow here that comes out that is a little more productive in his look, but also probably the most ill-designed in terms of just the way this one's constructed. Kind of wants to run downhill and break up in his top. Gets a little bit too flat made all the way through. But nice class of barrows here from top to bottom. Thanks to these exhibitors as they go back to the barn.
The winner of Class 22 Adopt-A-Pig Barrows was Kinley Keegan with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Second went to Ella Clemmy with the Classy Clovers. Now entering the ring is Class 23 Adopt-A-Pig Barrows. Chloe Bulkey with the Liberty Perry Pacers. Aiden Langle with the Union Vikings. Kensley Kramer with the Stanton Lucky Clovers. Lily Kavarna with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Brecken Sharp with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Riley Spenner with the Union Vikings. Kyler Langle with the Union Vikings. Abigail Tilburg with the Classy Clovers. And Wyatt Shaneher with the Lincoln Toppers.
Another interesting class, and we start with the young ladies. Red Roan Barrow is going to go ahead and win, and I think just the best designed one that we have out here. He's fairly a deep-sided barrow that's got some shape up top. You get behind him, he's a little disappointing in terms of the amount of width he's got right through the center portion of his stifle, but a barrow that has some width of chest, that has some dimension down his loin, gets a little flatter all the way through when you get behind him. But a barrow, I think, just has a combination of putting some pieces together, I think, that allow him to go ahead and start the class. Probably one that is even a little bit heavier muscled is the one that young man has here. He's getting awfully tired, so I don't want to push him too hard. But a barrow that's got some width and some dimension. He's got some rib. Maybe starting to lay on a little bit more cover. Maybe like to just clean him up just a little bit, give him a little higher comfort level, but still a nice barrow to go ahead and stand in second. Young lady's barrow will be third, the all-white one. Bigger scaled, a little larger outline kind of a barrow. One that's just a little straighter off either end, gets a little flatter maybe than ideal, but still a barrow that's got some good in terms of extra size and extra extension, and still puts it in a decent kind of a package. Young lady here, a little closer to me, is going to be fourth. This one just gives up a little bit too much muscle to be competitive, but I do like the balance and design and look that this one has. I like the skeleton that he puts it on. He just needs to have a little bit more muscle on that frame to go ahead and like him just a little bit better. Big speckled barrow coming out next is one that's a little bigger in his kind. Just gets a little bit too flat made, just a little bit too narrow gauged all the way through. Just doesn't have as much shape and expression of muscle relative to the class. Wants to get a little rounder in terms of his build, but a big scaled kind of a barrow nonetheless. You certainly appreciate the maturity he has. Barrow coming in next is one that wasn't perfect when he came in. I think he got hurt a little bit while he's out here. It looks like he doesn't really want to handle that rear leg at all now, and so we had to kind of run him in there because I just think he needs a little higher comfort level. Again, wasn't perfect when he came in. I think he got a little worse here when he got in a little scuffle, but a barrow that just needs to be a little bit more higher comfort level, but that barrow does have some muscle and has some dimension to him. Next barrow out is one that's got some extra length. It is reasonably flexible, but just gets probably as flat right through that stifle as any that we've seen up to this point. Young man's barrow coming out next. One that's a little bit more productive in his look, a little deeper centered, but also one of the straightest made barrows, a little more upright in his shoulder, doesn't have the flexibility or the comfort level to go ahead and move around here as much as we'd like to see him. I do like the extra muscle he has relative to the class. And the young lady does a nice job with her big barrow here, one that's a little bigger in his kind, a little bit more extended. He too gets a little straight, just a little flat, just doesn't have quite as much total dimension of muscle, but the young lady's doing a nice job with the big scale, late maturing kind of a barrow here to round out the class. So thanks to these exhibitors. Nice job by all our participants here in this Adopt-A-Pig class.
First in Class 23 Adopt-A-Pig barrows was Kensley Kramer with the Stanton Lucky Clovers. Second went to Wyatt Shaner with the Lincoln Toppers. Now entering the ring is Class 24 Adopt-A-Pig barrows. Adeline Worth, Lucky Liberty Lopers. Carter Hensley with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Blake Worth with the Classy Clovers. Torrin Stearns with the Stanton Lucky Clovers. Afton Moran with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Kennedy Hensley with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Faith Spenner with the Union Vikings. And Luke Britt with the Classy Clovers.
nice class of heavier barrows here. We're going to start with the mostly red barrow that the young lady has on the far side of the ring. I think this is just the one barrow that in here that is just a little bit sounder, a little bit more productive in his appearance, has some width at the ground as you watch him come at you, has some dimension down his top, wants to taper and flatten out a little bit through his rump, and he is carrying a little bit more fat cover than a couple of them in here. But this is a really stout, productive barrow that's still real functional in terms of his skeleton. The red barrow over on the far side will be second, red roan one. He's admittedly just a little bit wastier made, a little lower set to the ground, but he does have a really productive look. He's got some shape and dimension in his top. I just like to clean him up and extend him out to like him a little bit better, but there is some product in this guy, and that's why he's going to be second. The young lady is going to be third with her big white barrow. This barrow's a little bigger and a little leaner maybe than a couple of the barrows up above him, but wants to get a little flatter and a little narrower, but she's doing a nice job with the big scale barrow that's got some cutability to him to stand here in second. The young man on the far side is going to be next, one that's big in his kind and fairly extended. Just gets a little flatter and a little narrower gauge, doesn't have quite as much true shape and muscle in his top. But this barrow is relatively lean, and I think will probably, from a cutability standpoint, probably be just fine. Just like to add a little bit more muscle maybe onto that frame. As we move down the line, young lady's got a white barrow here that's a little bit more extended, but structurally just a little less ideal. Wants to break up in his top and get a little messed up and round out through his hip. But this barrow is fairly stout in his feature, a little heavier structure, does have a little bit more dimension out through, particularly out through his stifle. Just gets a little stale, a little less expressive in his top line. And again, we just like to change that guy's design just a little bit to like him better. Similar story for this barrow coming out next, one that's just a little too ill-designed in terms of the way his skeleton's put together. Kind of wants to break up behind his shoulder, doesn't have as much muscle expression down his top, but still a barrow that's got some productivity written on him in terms of the way he's built. Big scale barrow here comes out next, one that's long and extended. A barrow that gets just a little too flat, a little too light muscle maybe compared to some of the others, but you appreciate the extra lateness and maturity that this guy has. Similar story, the young man here has got one that's a little more extended, a little longer pattern, but again, just not quite enough muscle or total width on him to go ahead and let him move up higher in class, but nice job by the young man with a big scale, long body barrow here to round it out. So thanks to these young exhibitors here as they head back to the barn.
First in class 24 adopted pig barrows was Afton Morin, and second went to Torrin Stearns. Now entering the ring is class 25 adopted pig barrows. Reagan Hensley with the Lucky Liberty Lopers, Greta Tilburg with the Classy Clovers, Lane Harpenaugh with the Union Vikings, Maya Cavarno with the Lucky Liberty Lopers, Addison Cavarno with the Lucky Liberty Lopers, Olivia Spenner with the Union Vikings, Jet Stearns with the Stanton Lucky Clovers, Mesa Zelmer with the Lucky Liberty Lopers, and William Harpenaugh with the Union Vikings.
nice class as we kind of get towards the end of our adopted pig show. And we're going to start with the young man on the far side at the white barrow here to go ahead and lead us off. I think this is just the most genuine muscle shape of any pig that we've got in the class. And still, although he's not perfect on those feet and legs, he still handles himself adequately well to go ahead and allow him to win the class. Shapely and expressive, pulled apart the top of his blade, got some width through his stifle and out through his hip, and puts in a relatively decently designed kind of a package, and that's what's going to allow him to go ahead and win the class. The spotted up rumped one is going to be second. Really productive looking barrow that is out here along the rail here. One that's really got some center body width to him. He looks like he's a productive barrow that has some performance and growth to him. He's got some shape in his top, but he is starting to lay a little bit more fat cover. Isn't quite as genuine in terms of the cleanness and leanness he's got along his loin edge. I don't think this one's going to scan quite as lean overall, but he's a stout, productive barrow that still does have some product in him. Then we move down to third and to fourth. We move into a bigger scaled barrow here that the young man has. That's a little longer, a little bit more extended. Not quite as much true shape or true dimension of muscle. Kind of got to get up in that chine bone and doesn't have quite the correct look from the side. But a barrow that I think from a just standpoint of being a productive appearing kind of a barrow that's relatively sound, I think he does those things really well. Young lady's barrow will be fourth. Is similar to the barrow right above him, but with maybe not quite as much structural correctness. Gets a little bit straighter up through his shoulder, kind of wants to break behind his blade a little bit. But there is some muscle in this barrow. That's what allows him to stay in our top four because he does have some shape and some expression. Young lady's white pig coming out next. Out of the pin here is one that's a little bit more extended, has a little bit more length to side, gets a little flatter, gets a little bit narrower, gauged all the way through. Doesn't have quite the overall maybe cuttability, maybe compared to some of them, starting to lay in a little bit more cover and gets a little bit narrower at the ground compared to some of the barrows up above him. Young lady here is doing a nice job with her barrow, one that's got some extra length of side and extra extension. He too is structured just a little bit less than ideal. Gets a little straight shoulder, a little forward in that knee, breaks up in his top line, maybe not quite as much muscle or product in his top, although you get right behind him, this barrow still does have some adequate amount of thickness right through his rump. Red Roan barrow is one that's a little bigger in his kind, a little bit more extended. This barrow's a little sounder than two or three of them up above him, and I do appreciate that much about him. I just like to make him just a little bit thicker and a little bit wider constructed all the way through to like him just a little bit better. Barrow coming out next is one that's a little more productive appearing kind of a barrow, a little deeper sided, kind of a hog that gets just a little bit too straight up front, however, a little bit more evidence of fat cover and a little less evidence of muscle. Gives you the impression maybe cuttability on him isn't going to be quite as good, but still a really productive kind of a barrow nonetheless. And then we round out here with a bigger scaled, little more extended barrow that probably just gives up a little bit too much muscle to this counterparts here in this class, but still a big scale, extended, late maturing kind of barrow to round us out. So another good class. Thanks to all these exhibitors in this last class of Adopt a Pig.
The winner of Class 25 Adopt a Pig Barrow is Lane Harpenall with the Union Vikings. Second went to Greta Tilburg with the Classy Clovers.
Well, as we finish our adopted pig portion of the show, first and foremost, I think this is a really nice program, and I think it's a great opportunity for a lot of young people that maybe wouldn't have the exposure to not just the pigs as a project, but also all the education that they get. I don't know everybody that's involved in helping with that, but I know there's a lot of people that go into that, and you guys probably know them better than I do. But if you see them around, thank them. But let's give a nice hand to all the people who sponsored this project and made this thing possible. I'm just coming in for one day and judging this show here, but I know there's a lot of work went into this, and I know you young people got a lot of good exposure to a lot of different things in the industry. So thank those guys that helped you and put on those presentations for you as you leave here today. But that said, we do have to name a champion barrow in this Adopt a Pig project, and I think there's some give and take amongst them, but as we discussed them, I think there's one that maybe not perfect structurally, but I think is still adequate in that respect, but truly has the most true muscle, the most true width, the most true shape and expression and dimension of product, while still putting in a decent kind of a package. Congratulations, young man's white barrow here on the far side is going to be your champion.
The champion Adopt a Pig barrow went to Lane Harpenall with the Union Vikings.
Well, for reserve, there's certainly a little give and take amongst them, and I think we bring that second place barrow, and he's certainly very competitive in this class, and probably one of a pair that we need to consider. I guess discussing them as one that's just really got an attractive look from the side, is fairly comfortable and fairly sound, has got some width of chest, maybe gets a little flatter behind, but I think this barrow's built really well, really productive in his look. Young ladies, mostly red barrow here going across the middle of the ring, will be your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Reserve went to Afton Moran with the Lucky Liberty Lopers. Both trophies for Adopt a Pig barrow were sponsored by Dennis Baldwin of Merrill. We're now going to present the trophies for the scans, for the commercial classes, and for Adopt a Pig. For commercial gilts, champion went to Mason Pitts. Reserve went to Cooper Luch. Those trophies were sponsored by Dennis Baldwin of Merrill. For the commercial barrows, grand champion went to Owen Schrader, reserve went to Avery Schrader. And those trophies were sponsored by Prime Bank of Lamar's and Schneider Swine, John and Carol. The Adopted Pig Gilt scans. A champion was Kyler Langle, and reserve went to Aiden Langle. Those trophies were sponsored by Mid-States Bank and Ben and Janelle Johnson. And finally, the Adopt-A-Pig Barrow scan. The champion was Lane Harpenaugh. Reserve went to Abigail Tilburg. And those trophies were sponsored by Ben and Janelle Johnson. We're now going to move into our showmanship classes. So any seniors from the commercial or Adopt-A-Pig classes that want to participate in showmanship, you can start heading towards the show ring.
Or as we get to our senior showmanship, we'll just go ahead and just let them relax a little bit, and you can just shut the pigs down, don't have to drive them anymore, and we'll just talk a little bit about showmanship and a little bit about our presentation out here and some of the fundamentals. And this applies to not only the seniors, but the intermediates and juniors that are coming, but I just want to, like I said, I want to maybe just go over some of the fundamentals just a little bit for showmanship, and some of you guys have pretty good grasp on them. But in general, I think there's some things that are important to know to make everybody better at it. Now, one thing compared to our other division, I know some of these pigs probably haven't seen the whip quite as much at home. They probably haven't been out of the pens maybe all that much at home. Maybe some of them have, some of them not so much. So I will say that the number one element to this is just getting them comfortable in a big area, getting pigs comfortable with an open area. First time we let pigs out of the barn at home when we're starting to train them at our place is first time they come out of the barn, either they take off like a shot and they run about as fast as they can until they get too tired, or they just lock up and they just do not want to move because they haven't seen that big space. They get out of that pen and they're just not, it's just something new to them to see that big open, wide open space that they have to them. So getting them comfortable with that is important, and getting them in shape, because these pigs have been in here, some of them 2-3 times, and if they haven't been walked a lot, it's pretty tough on them physically, because they are asking, just like I wouldn't want to be asked to go run a 5K right now because I'm not in shape, and asking these pigs to go out here and walk for 15 minutes 2 or 3 times during the course of a day is pretty stressful on physically. So the more in shape you can get these pigs, the more comfortable you can get these guys with an outdoor space, the better they're going to perform and the better they're going to do. I would, and if I can steal your whip just for a second, if that's all right, just some real basic fundamentals, and this is just not just to apply. The things that we need to do on the pigs to get them to behave the way we want them, or ideally out here, is there's 2 things we're trying to do. We're trying to get them out in a nice, slow, easy pace, getting them walked. And some of you guys do a pretty good job of that. But one thing I would like to emphasize is a couple of things, particularly if the pigs haven't been trained as much. You got to be really aware of where you are positioned on the pig, because if you get in front of them, they're going to stop, and like he's kind of backing up on me because he sees me out in front. Now he's playing with the whip, of course, but if you get in front, they're going to want to stop. If you get behind them, they want to go away from you. So always understand your position with them relative to when you're driving them. And if you're getting this pig to go out and move, you kind of want to stay back on his hip just a little bit to keep him out and going. And when you want him to turn, and he's not wanting to do it particularly well here, but that's when you want to come up and take the whip off the side of him to get him going, and get it up around the jowl to get him to turn. So hit him up on this left side here to get him to turn right, and get him going, and then hit him up on the right side to get him to turn the other direction. We might want to get a board over there, guys, on those 2. But those are the only places you're ever going to want to hit that pig, is one on the side or on the jowl. We don't want to hit them on the back, because that'll make them drop their back, and it makes them look less ideal than they could. You don't want to hit them, never want to hit them on the back. You never want to hit them on the rump. See what he does? He kind of curls up. He doesn't like that. So always just stick to the side, and stick to on the side of the jowl there to either turn or get them going. And again, keep your position back there to make sure that you are not obstructing that pig from what he's doing. The other thing I'll say is some of these pigs are getting tired. They know that's where they get in and out of here, so they're pretty well aware of that, and they're pretty comfortable trying to get their way back out of this pen. So if you see him heading that direction, don't ever let him get all the way over there. If he's starting to walk this direction, I'm going to turn him about where I'm standing. I'm not going to let him get any deeper in that corner than maybe I am right now. I'm going to try to get him turned back out here, because once he gets in that corner and gets his nose into that gate, then it's not a lot of fun trying to get him out of there. So try not to use your hands, but if you do have to get one out of there, I know you guys are carrying a brush, and that's perfectly fine. Use that brush to kind of get around their face and kind of guide them out of there, rather than just slapping them on top of them with a whip. So is that something that kind of makes sense? So stay back on their hip, hit them on the side to get them going, hit them on the jowl to turn them either left or right, keep them at a nice, slow, easy pace, and only use this when you need them to do something different. You need them to speed up, give them a tap. When you need them to turn, give them a tap, and then just keep them moving out here in the center of the ring, and I think that'll serve all you really well. But That said, I think some of you guys have those fundamentals down. Some of you better than others, but I think all of you do some of those basic things. But I think the more you incorporate that stuff, just the better you guys can get. So, nice job by all of you. We've got to name our champion in reserve. So, one young person here did a really nice job all day. Had a little tougher drive in this final drive, but really kept with it. Really kept this pig moving. Congratulations, young guy right here will be your champion senior showman. In reserve, another young person did a really nice job all day. Had a little tougher drive, didn't quite get him out in the middle as much here in the showmanship, but did a nice job today. Young guy in the green over here will be a reserve senior showman. Congratulations. Nice job by all 5 of them. Let's give them a nice hand as they go back.
Champion senior showman went to Mitchell Schneff. Reserve went to William Harpenaugh. Those trophies are sponsored by Premium Feed and Grain, Kelly Beetlesbacher, and Kylie Petty, Century 21 Pro Link in memory of Ken Schlichty. Now entering the ring is intermediate showmanship.
Okay, as we conclude our intermediate division here, first and foremost, all you guys in the ring can just relax. Don't feel like you got to drive your pigs anymore. Just let them relax and just stand. Some of them are getting a little hot and tired, and some have been here 2 or 3 times, so we don't need to push them anymore. We're just going to talk a little bit about showmanship, and then we do need to name a champion in reserve. So I don't know, some of you guys I know are in the back when we talk to the seniors, so I'm going to probably be a little repetitive, especially for you guys in the crowd. I'm going to say some of the same stuff, but maybe add a few things that I think are really important as far as showmanship goes. So that said, I think the main thing you guys want to think about when you're showing your pig is what makes the pig look the best they can while they're in here in the ring. And pigs look the best they can in a nice, easy, comfortable walk, about the pace that this gilt is walking right past me here. Just nice, easy, comfortable pace, ideally out in the middle of the ring. And I know a lot of these pigs haven't probably had the opportunity to be out of their pens quite as much as maybe some of the other ones we had earlier in the day. So so we got to recognize that they're maybe not used to this big ring. They're not used to being out in a big open area. They're not used to being driven with a bunch of different pigs that they haven't seen maybe so much. And but the one thing they do know is they're getting a little tired, and they know where that end gate is, and they know where their pins are, so they can go back and lay down. So we just got to be aware of all those things when we're driving our pigs out here. So I'm going to do a couple things that we did for our seniors. Briefly, just a little bit to kind of show you guys a little bit what I talked to them about if you didn't have a chance to see that. So if I can steal your whip just real quickly for a second. As we're driving these pigs, I think it's really important to make sure we're using our whip or our cane. I know some of you have different things that you're driving with out here, but they all work roughly the same, and you do want to apply them to your pig the same no matter whether you got a bat or a cane or whatever it is. Essentially, we're trying to get that pig, like I said, at that nice, slow, easy pace out here in the middle of the ring. So a couple things to note on these guys. I'm just going to steal him for a second. Is there's a few things we want to do on these pigs. Is there's only certain places we're going to use our whip or our cane on the pigs. We're only going to use it on the side, and we're only going to use it up around the jowl here. We're not going to hit them on the back, we're not going to hit them in the rump, and we're not going to use our knees or our body to push the pigs around, because when you start pushing on those pigs with your knees, and I know it's tempting, especially when they're trying to get down into that corner, but when you start fighting that pig with your knees or start pushing on him, he's going to start pushing back, because you're challenging him, so he's going to start challenging you back. And I know it's tempting to when they're getting pushing on you, that you want to use your weight and your force to get him out of here, but let's try not to do that. Let's first and foremost just make sure we're using the whip on the pigs the way it's ideally, which is just giving him a nice tap on the side to get him going, and a tap up on the jowl to turn him. And he's not behaving perfectly, but he's kind of doing some of the basics here. So we're going to strike him on the side to get him going, and we're going to use it up on our jowl to get him turned. Okay, we're not going to hit him back here. We're not going to pop him up here in the rump. We're just going to kind of try to get him out and move it out here in the ring. The other thing we're going to try to do is keep him out in the center of the ring as much as possible, because like I said, they're tired. They want out of here. So when you see him heading for that corner or heading for a big group of pigs, don't let him get there. Get your body around in front and use your whip or whatever it is to guide him back around before he gets in trouble, because once he does get in that corner, it's a lot harder to get him out than it is when you've got him out here in the center and you can kind of work with him a little bit easier, if that makes sense. So keep him out in the middle of the ring, only on the side, only on the jowl here to turn him. If your pig does take off and run, don't run with him. Kind of hustle up and catch up to him, but don't run with him, because he sees you running. Pigs often like to do what they see from you. They take on the way you behave. So if you're too anxious, too excited, too worked up, pigs will sometimes get too excited and too worked up. So just catch up with them nice and easy, and then just take over and start driving him again. And just get him out and get him moving. And get him out in the center of the ring as best you can. So those things said, just learn how to use the whip on him. Learn how to, so he'll behave a little bit better, and hopefully they won't fight you. If they do get in that corner, instead of getting your knees and pushing on him, just get your hand down there, your brush, just kind of guide him out and get him kind of headed back in the right direction. And that'll be a lot easier, and he won't fight you nearly as much as when we're kind of trying to push on him and shove him. So those are a few basic things. Again, I apologize for being so repetitive, and I stole somebody's whip, but there he is right there. I'm going to give that back to him. But I hope those are just some basics you can kind of work on at home and work with your pigs at home, get them more comfortable with it, and that'll make them hopefully behave and give you a little bit better experience out here. So that said, let's give a nice round of applause for all of our intermediate exhibitors here. Apologize for talking so long, but they did a nice job, and we'll name our champion reserve. So champion, I think, did a really good job, and one thing we didn't talk about in terms of moving the pigs is you need to keep that pig in front of the judge and keep good eye contact. I think there's one person did a very good job of that, was really good about knowing where Reagan and I were here in the ring and knowing where we were and trying to get that pig positioned extremely well out here in the ring. So the young lady here to the right will be your champion senior showman. Yep, that's you. Congratulations. And for reserve, another close decision amongst several of you. I think young person never really got that pig out in front of us, but did a really nice job throughout the day. Had good eye contact, knew where they wanted to get the pig, struggled a little bit out here in the showmanship this final drive, but did a nice job throughout the day. Young lady right beside her over here will be your reserve. Congratulations. Let's give all a nice hand as we let them go back to the barn.
Champion intermediate showmanship went to Olivia Spenner. Reserve went to Ruby Thompson. Those trophies were sponsored by Steve and Tanya Remenschneider. Yes, both of them by Steve and Tanya Remenschneider.
As we conclude our show here, first and foremost, we're going to let these, you guys have your pigs in the ring. You just let them relax. You don't have to drive them anymore. You can just let them settle down. Guys with the boards, you're on red alert here to make sure we keep these guys under control. But you guys just let these pigs relax, let them be comfortable. They're getting hot and tired, and I think they're ready to be done. And I think I don't blame them here. It's been a long day and a lot here. A lot of times in the ring, and so appreciate you guys sticking with them and coming back out here for showmanship. I'm going to pass the mic off here in just a second, but first and foremost, one, it's very encouraging to see so many of you young guys out here in this division. It's really encouraging to see a lot of juniors out here in the show ring. I really hope you guys really enjoy this project. This is something that has been really important to our family, and we enjoyed exceptionally well. So if you like this pig project, I encourage you to continue to participate and keep going with it, because I think it's going to yield a lot of positive results for you. So like I said, one last thing before I hand it off to Reagan is, first and foremost, this has been a great show today. You've got a lot of unique programs here with your commercial division, with your adopted pig, and that takes a lot of work to put those things together. It takes a lot of work to put this show on just in general, putting this show together and putting all the time it takes to get the pigs weighed in earlier, get them tagged, get them processed in the system, get the show set up, keep the records, get the program set, everybody keeping everything straight back here in terms of keeping the records straight. You guys on the boards have done a great job all day, and I really appreciate the work you've done here, because I know that's a long day fighting some of these pigs. And all the guys, I'm sure there's plenty of people in the back that are helping as well as your superintendents. Let's give all those people that do everything for this show a big round of applause and thank them. So that's it. I'm going to let Reagan talk to this class. I will say just quickly that it's really been a pleasure. First time Reagan's joined me in the ring here today. My oldest daughter here, and it's been fun to have you with me here today. I'll brag on her a little bit. Reagan's a really experienced showman. She's champion senior showman at the Iowa State Fair here a couple years ago, and has won a lot at some national shows, being top 10 in showmanship and having a lot of pigs do really well. So appreciate her insight and her keeping me straight here today and keeping me out of trouble. So thanks to her for joining me, and I'm going to hand the mic off to her, and she's going to talk a little bit to you junior showmen.
All right, well, thank you, Dad, for the bragging, I guess. But he's right. It is amazing to be here today. This is a really, really good show you guys put together. Like, give yourselves a round of applause. It's really, really encouraging to see all you junior showmen out here. You did fantastic. You might give a couple of the seniors a run for their money someday, but you guys did a phenomenal job. You did a really good job of listening to what we said to about the seniors and the intermediates and implementing that. I saw a lot more pigs in the center of the ring, and I saw a lot more people being more mindful about where they were hitting the pigs, so good job, you guys. With that being said, one small little thing, try to use your hands as little as possible. You don't want to just smack down on the back of a pig if he's not doing what you want him to do. But that being said, there's some showmen that really put some of the fundamentals together. Maybe they're fighting you a little bit, but the person that put it together the best for us today in junior showmanship, this young man right here. And then for our reserve, we went with someone who had some really nice long passes. We got to see some good angles of that barrow. That would be this young man right here. But good job to everyone. It's been a pleasure to be here, and thank you for having us.
The champion junior showman goes to Cooper Luch, and reserve goes to Mick Schnepp. Let's have another round of applause for our judge, Jim Gibson. I think he did a great job today.